Ladies and gentlemen, please come in and take your seats. And just as a reminder, we did find a pair of glasses left in the studio suites last night up here. Hopefully whoever left them will come back today and find them, otherwise they'll be with the Boston Town and the Sheraton upstairs. There are still some places available on both the Wednesday and Saturday tours, so be sure and pick up the flyer. Tell the lovely ladies there when you would like to go. Always a question about passport. Again, we understand passports are required, but we also know that there's a very inconsistent application and order. Some people get through with a driver's license, some people get through with nothing. And so you don't have it. We have to tell you that it's required. The government tells us it's required, but from practical experience, there are people that have gone on our tour without it and have come back with us. So, so they did get to go both ways. It's not just a one-way trip. We will visit 5 in one day. At 4 o'clock, we're doing the drawing for the cancer profile. If we're not familiar with that, Dr. Keneally talked about it, referenced it during her talk. Our next exhibit break will be at 4. So we're going to go through live speakers till 4 o'clock, and that'll give you another opportunity to visit most of the exhibitors. A few of them are starting to pack up, but there will still be some available. I'd like to explain too, the Doctor Symposium tomorrow is primarily the speakers, some of the speakers here, and other PhDs, MDs will be in the room behind us. You will be speaking, making short presentations. There will be dialogue, discussion, and then you're all invited. And if time permits, then you are allowed to ask questions as well. Again, the primary purpose is the dialogue among the professionals. We capture it on audio and video, and then those are available. I'd like to mention that complete sets, in our opinion, is the best way to do it. We do get bonus material. Includes all 3 days here, plus the session tomorrow, $400. The same thing with the compact disc, the audio portion that you use as you're driving. $270 for the complete set, includes these 3 plus tomorrow. I did have a question. Can you buy individually? Yes, you can. And if you only want one, that's fine. Whether it's audio or video, you can buy one at a time. Best way to do it, though, buy the set, use it at home, family and friends, and you become the expert with the help of people that we have here, not the least of which, of course, is our next part of the program. Carol, let you know we're almost ready to start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention, Labor Day weekend 2014, at the London Sheraton Universal Hotel, Universal City, California. Dr. Mark Rose happens to be an ophthalmologist. Lorraine and I consider him as the official Cancer Control Society ophthalmologist. He's the one to whom we refer, and to whom we refer patients for anything related to eye conditions. And it's always a pleasure to have him here because not only he developed techniques, but he has some tremendously successful, useful products. Dr. Rose, thank you again for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for staying late on this very warm holiday weekend. First, I wanted to talk about, you talked about the trip down to Mexico. Last week, one of my very good friends went down to TJ to get some pharmaceuticals at a discount price, and the Border Patrol stopped them, kept them detained for 8 hours, and fined them $10,000 for ordering that pharmaceuticals. So anybody's going down there who wants to get pharmaceuticals, minimal amounts, and it's always good to have a doctor's prescription. Okay, it's very, very expensive. They're on a roll these days. What I wanted to talk about today is I wanted to talk about everybody being health educators. Everybody got a lot of really good information from a lot of medical doctors, scientists, a lot of people who are really interested in health and nutrition. And it's up to us, each one of us, to become health educators and give good information to all our friends and our family. And there's so much confusing information overload on the internet. People really don't know what's right, what's wrong, what to do, what not lot to do. And so a lot of times when people get overwhelmed with information, they do nothing. So we're going to make it really, really, really simple. I'm one of the medical advisors, scientific advisors for Life Extension Foundation here down in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And their purpose, their mission, is to provide medical science information from around the whole world to all its members. And I found that their website is the best website to go to. They have magazines that come out every month. There's a lot of magazines. It's Life Extension, Remarkable Reversal of Brain Agents. Doctors overload leading cause of premature death. All the magazines for the past 5 or 10 years are all on the website. Everything is there. It's got the best information, the newest, greatest information on medical breakthroughs. For instance, CoQ10, everybody knows CoQ10. Hopefully, most of the people here take coenzyme Q10. Life Extension was the first one about 20 years ago to bring CoQ10 into the United States, and it goes on and on and on and on. They have a full-time staff of attorneys fighting the FDA, so everybody knows they're fighting the FDA because the government wants to regulate the use of supplements, and everybody here knows we don't want that. So we want to be able to make our own decisions on healthcare. So I call this not healthcare, but self-care, where I want to empower each and every one of you to take care of yourselves, your family, and your friends. This is the website, Life Extension website. This is the home page. And if you go to the menu, if you go to, this is what's really powerful. If you go to health, it's a little tricky, and then you see all the health concerns. They have the book, you see the book. It comes out every couple of years, and they have a brand new one. And it has every condition you can possibly conceive of. It tells you what it is, like for instance, diabetes, prostate cancer, or lung cancer, colon cancer. It tells you what it is and what causes it, and then also tells you what the regular MD treatments are, and it gives you alternatives. And so let's go to view all protocols. So we're going to go view all protocols here, and it has every protocol you can think of. It has cancer, and then on the right it has all the neurological conditions. It goes down to heart, it's circulatory, it has high blood pressure, anemia, you name it. It has immune connective tissue. It has, as we scroll down, it has all GI problems, cirrhosis, constipation, Crohn's disease, good gastroesophageal reflux, you name it. It has infections, what to do. It has metabolic health. It has health concerns. And it's the newest and greatest information. And then it has lifestyle. And then you see eye and ear. And then female reproductive health, respiratory. Keep on scrolling down. And respiratory, skin, nails, hair, male reproductive, clean, urinary, dental, appendix. Okay, they're the ones who probably 5-10 years ago came out with the Tylenol, acetaminophen is toxic, causes acute kidney and liver disease, and can be not dose related. So the new study showed that if you take a lot of Tylenol, it's dose related. There have been reports of people who take one dose of Tylenol, acetaminophen, and acute kidney or liver failure. So it's really good for health information. So what I'm going to talk about is eyes, because I'm an ophthalmologist. So we're going to go up to the eye health, and I like to keep it real simple. So the eyes are so sensitive. They're so sensitive, and I'm going to talk about how to prevent and reverse cataract, glaucoma, macular degeneration, dry eye, vitreous floaters, diabetic retinopathy, because it's all the same thing. And the most important thing is lifestyle. So we want lifestyle enhancement. It's so important to have a healthy lifestyle. That includes 8 to 10 glasses of water a day, 7 to 10 servings of fresh fruits and vegetables every day. And I found that the most easiest, most important way to get your fruits and veggies is juicing. Everybody here could juice once or twice a day. You guys will find miracles happen. Your energy will increase, your strength, your stamina, your vitality, your blood pressure will be lower, your heart rate slow down. It's a miracle. So every morning when I wake up, the first thing I do is I juice. So I put in there some apples, lots of celery, parsley, ginger, and any other greens that I have in the refrigerator, and I make about 2 glasses full of juice every morning. You can use any type of juicer. If you want the fancy schmancy juicers, are much better than the regular juicers, but if you just do it, so you can go to Costco. You go to Costco and get the juicer, you go to Walmart, Sam's, wherever you want to do it, but just do it. Just do it. Juice every morning. It's so important. Okay? And then what I do is I have some organic coffee. Life Extension has a coffee that is very slow roasted, that has all the polyphenols, and it's actually very, very, very powerful antioxidant. Or I have some tea, regular tea. And then I have some protein, and I either have eggs or protein shake, depending on the day and how I'm feeling. But if you start off the day with juice, you're going to be supercharged. So number one is 8 to 10 glasses of water, lots of veggies, salads, fruits, and then you have to exercise every day. Everybody needs at least a half hour of exercise every day. I like to take a walk every night for a half hour to an hour, and I just sort of unwind after this rest of the day. When the weather's nice and cool, it's great. It's really good. And then everybody needs to have a spiritual life, a religious life. That's so important. And then everybody needs lots of good friends. So we have people who you can talk to, who you confide in. You'd be surprised. The epidemic of stress, anxiety, depression, panic attacks, sleep problems in the United States today. We're the best country in the world. We have people with lots and lots and lots of problems, and all this that I'm talking about helps that too. So it's very important for eye health. Also helps brain health, heart health, lowers the blood pressure, helps to prevent diabetes. So there's a couple made easy. I practice cost-effective medicine. So I like generic pharmaceuticals and I like supplements that are very inexpensive. I like everybody to number one supplement that I recommend is vitamin D3. D3, number one supplement. Okay, if everybody in the United States would take 5,000 units of vitamin D3, this is all adults, we would decrease the healthcare expenses by 50%. So it cuts cancer, but just one supplement that costs maybe 10 cents a day decreases cancer by 50%, heart attack, stroke, cataract, glaucoma, you name it, diabetes, arthritis by 50%. It's 10 cents a day. Okay, but we can't get the medical establishment to recommend to the patients to do it. Vitamin D has been around for 70 years. They just had a study, the new pharmaceutical drug for heart failure that helps. It's a combination of 2 generics. It's very expensive. Vitamin D studies have better outcomes than the expensive drugs. So everybody get on your vitamin D3, all adults, 5,000 units a day. My number 2 supplement is cost effective. It's omega-3 essential fatty acids. Fish oil, if you don't want to take fish oil, you can take salmon oil, you can take coconut oil. But I recommend a minimum for 2 to 3 capsules twice a day. So if you're a regular sized person, minimum 2 capsules. If you're most guys need 3 capsules twice a day. You have to keep the omega-3s in the refrigerator because it's like sushi, they can get rancid if you leave them out. Number 3 cost-effective supplement is vitamin C. Recommend 1 or 2 grams of vitamin C 3 times a day. Very, very, very cost-effective. So just those 3 are fantastic, cost-effective supplements. You can get them at Costco, Walmart, you name it, Target, wash your next thing up and what you would see improvement in your health fast, fast, fast. Then there's a couple other supplements that we recommend. We recommend garlic. Garlic is like it's been around for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. If you can take fresh garlic, you get the balsamic lactase, it's antibacterial, antiviral, lowers blood pressure, heart problems, you name it. Garlic is really, really, really important, and it's very cost effective. The next supplement that's also cost effective is called resveratrol. Recommend any not more than 125 to 250 milligrams a day, but no super amounts of resveratrol, just 125 to 250 a day, and that turns on the longevity genes, just like fasting. So if somebody has caloric restriction in any animal species, dogs, cats, guinea pigs, mice, monkeys, fruit flies, you name it, it extends life by 50%. So the lower restriction, eating small amounts of healthy food will extend your life and quality of life, quantity and quality of life by 50%. Okay, so it's really important. Resveratrol does the same thing. Resveratrol comes from red wine, and each resveratrol capsule of 125 to 250 milligrams equals to about 8 to 10 glasses of red wines. Don't recommend drinking 8 to 10 glasses of wine. Do not recommend that. Recommend the resveratrol. Now, the type of the resveratrol that I recommend is a company called Longevinex. You know, that website up there now. It's on my website. I don't own anything in my extension. Don't know the resveratrol Longevinex company. This is a product that's been studied at universities. And this company is Bill Sardi's company. Bill Sardi's a health educator and spoke at this online. And his company makes 3 products. And they make a garlic product, which is the one that I take. It's called Garlizyme. So it's a non-odorless alkaline garlic product that has fruits in there like fennel, so you don't have garlic breath after you take it. Just one capsule a day is all it's needed, and some miracles happen. If you're adventurous, raw garlic is unbelievable. But I'm with patients all day, and it'd be tough to be around. Patients would have a hard time being around. There you go. There you go. And they make 2 resveratrol. One resveratrol is a combination of 2 Longevinex. One Longevinex is a combination of the resveratrol in the right amount, plus the vitamin D, vitamin B6, several other compounds. And the Longevinex Advantage, which is the one I take, has hyaluronic acid in it. And hyaluronic acid is also an unbelievable supplement. It helps the eyes. Hyaluronic acid helps to prevent glaucoma. It helps with macular degeneration. It's for joint health. It's pretty remarkable. And also, gets rid of those ridges and improves the texture of your skin. So I myself, I take the vitamin D3, I take my fish oil, I take vitamin C, I take my Garlizyme, garlic capsule, and I take 2 Longevinex Advantage every day. That's my basic core supplements that I take. In 2 weeks, I'm going to do 6 a day. I go about 10 to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and stop. And I believe that this is part of the program that I've been in for 25 years that keeps me going and keeps me focused and able to do all the things that I need to do and have to do. So, what cataracts are? Now let's talk about ophthalmology. Cataracts are hardening of the lens of the eye. The lens of the eye gets hardened at the rate of 1% a year. And when people turn 40, 45, the lens gets so hard that you can't autofocus like an autofocus camera. And when you can't autofocus, you can't read up close, you need your first pair of reading glasses or bifocals. When you need your first pair of reading glasses, you need to know that when you're 45, you either reading glasses are life almost 20 or 25 years later, unless you change your lifestyle, you're going to be getting cataracts, and then when you get to be on Medicare at 65 or 70 or 75, you're going to have a cataract surgery. So what we like to do is we like to prevent all of that. So we do the healthy lifestyle, do the supplements, and then I have an eye drop, and it's not my eye drop. It actually is developed in Russia, brought it over here, and it has something in it called NAC. There's two NACs. There's the N-acetylcysteine. This is the N-acetylcarnitine, and this actually helps to soften the lens of the eye and helps to reverse and prevent needing reading glasses, and then that helps to reverse cataract. So I take this 3 or 4 times a day, every day. A lot of the people who be coming here also take this. I call mine Stop Dry Eye. We sell it to Life Extension. Life Extension calls theirs Bright Eyes 3. Same thing. You can order through Life Extension Bright Eyes 3, and you use 1 drop 3 or 4 times a day, and it helps to prevent and reverse the reading glasses and cataract. And so we're really happy with this. It's really good. So, and all the information on cataract, what it is in great detail, is all on the Life Extension website. All on the Life Extension website, right there. So, like with the cataract, I'll give you guys an example. It tells you the introduction, understanding what it is, causes, risk factors, symptoms, and then over here it says what Life Extension suggests. So that's what the Life Extension suggests. Okay, so it's pretty powerful stuff. Now you don't have to do everything the Life Extension suggests. If you just do the basic ones that I talked about, it's cost effective. It depends on how much money you have to spend. If you go with the basics, you're going to be covered pretty good. Now, what is glaucoma? Glaucoma is high pressure in the eye that causes the optic nerve to turn white, and you lose your side vision, and then lastly, you lose your central vision. So we want to lower the pressure in the eye, and also we want to increase the blood flow, the perfusion to the optic nerve and brain. And so diet, exercise, and half hour of exercise every day is equal to using glaucoma drugs. But in this day and age in America, people would rather have their $3 or $5 copay and use their eye drops instead of exercising. So we want everybody to get out there, exercise, walk, join the health club, you name it, go for it. So glaucoma, high pressure in the eye, work the blood flow to the optic nerve. We want to lower the blood pressure in the eye. Hyaluronic acid works really good. Go on the Life Extension website. They have a product just to lower the tropical pressure. It works great. I'll tell you. And what is macular degeneration? Macular degeneration is poor circulation to the retina. Cataract, poor circulation to the lens of the eye. Glaucoma, poor circulation to the optic nerve. Macular degeneration, poor circulation to the retina. Same thing, same thing, same thing. They've done studies on the Longevinix product, and the Longevinix product versus wet macular degeneration better than the injections inside the eye. So it's kind of powerful, and at the same time, reversing the new blood vessels forming inside the eye, which is wet macular degeneration. It increases the blood vascular supply of the heart. So it decreases blood vessels in the eye, paradox, but increases vascularization of the heart. And then there's vitreous flow. Vitreous flow is when the liquid jelly inside the eye liquefies. So it's liquefaction of the vitreous jelly. You take the hyaluronic acid, 3 capsules once a day, bingo, increases the viscosity of the vitreous jelly, and many, many people, myself included, my vitreous floaters went away. everything's on the Life Extension website, so you don't really have to take a whole lot of notes. But for vitreous motors, hyaluronic acid, 3 capsules once a day. Dry eye, what is dry eye? As we get older, we don't have enough lubrication on the surface of the eye. Tear film is made up of 3 parts. The top surface of the tear film is oil, the middle is water, and there's mucus on the surface of the eye. So if you don't have enough oil on your skin, it's called dry skin, hands, or face. If you don't have enough lubrication, oil, and the tear film is called dry eye, omega-3 essential fatty acids. So if you take your omega-3 essential fatty acids, 2 or 3 capsules once a day, bingo, helps to cure your dry eye. So you can see that just with the basic supplements, the basic 5 that I mentioned, we got everything covered. Diabetic retinopathy. Diabetes causes bleeding in the eye. The main problems with diabetes: bleeding in the eye, peripheral neuropathy, kidney damage, besides causing damage to all the whole body. If you have diabetes, your chance of getting cancer about 4 or 5 times more. If you have diabetes, your chance of getting Alzheimer's 4 or 5 times more. This is, you know, the healthy lifestyle program that we do is we prevent diabetes. Diet, exercise, taking the right supplements. There's a whole protocol on what diabetes is, type 1, type 2, on life extension. Really powerful information because you guys have to do your homework. I can't do your homework. Okay, what happens is people come, write everything down, and then they don't follow through. So I want everybody to follow through, to become a health educator, to go to the 2 websites that I recommend: Life Extension Foundation, LEF.org, LEF.org. I passed out a whole bunch of Life Extension magazines. I bought about 500. Okay, I have them in here, I have them in the back of the room. And over at the author table, which is in the next hallway, I have a couple hundred over there too for anybody who wants to come. But you guys have to do your own homework. Whatever your problem is, if it's high blood pressure, go to Life Extension. If it's cataract, go to Life Extension. If you got atrial fibrillation, bingo, heart disease, cancer, you got to do your own homework. You got to do your own homework. You can't rely on the medical establishment to help you. You got to do your own homework. You got to make your own decisions on what is best for each one of you, each and every one of you. So I'll be asking questions. If you have any questions, I'll be over at the author table. I'll answer questions. The other website is Longevinex, like long, L-O-N-G, E-V-I-N-E-X, longevinex.com. So, yeah. You can do any language. They have any language: Spanish, Portuguese, Chinese, Japanese. Yes, it's powerful. So the 2 websites, LEF.org or Life Extension, lifeextension.com. As they're longevinex.com. Thank you very much, everybody. Wonderful, wonderful.
Mark Rose, thank you very much. Mark Rose, Official Cancer Control Society ophthalmologist. I'm very happy with that. We're going to lay down a 4 o'clock drawing for the cancer profile. I did see earlier Archie Scott was in the author's table signing his books, and I know that in the cancer house there was a stack of the doctor results and Andrew Sloan Kettering. And one of the things that this shows is that scientific research shows immeasurables. And politics tried to say it didn't. And we believe that reproducible science is more effective, a precedent over politics. So please take advantage of these. This one, the MSO book, very, very practical. And that's what we emphasize here in the Control Society. You all know there are a lot of problems in the world. If you have problems, we all have certain problems, some of them health, other issues. Our speakers have outlined the problems, they've explained them, but we didn't provide a solution. The problems that we present, we would be doing you a disservice. We don't want to do that. So, almost every problem we suggest, there is a solution, and generally speaking, we have it here. The DVDs and CDs are available individually, if you prefer, but certainly the complete sets are a much better deal. And Harold, we're almost ready. Gave you enough time to get ready. Again, the Doctor Symposium tomorrow, you're all invited. We have quite room for all of you, but I think the first 30 or 40 that sign up certainly can get in. And again, it's primarily discussion among the professional people that have spoken here. If you everyone's been invited, brief presentation, then there's dialogue, and time permitting, you're able to ask individual questions that you have. So most people find it very exciting, dynamic, and it's been part of the Cancer Control Society for, I believe, all 42 years. I came in a little bit later, somewhere around 3 or 4, but at that time we were having a symposium. And so we do encourage you to come to that. Harold, I think we're ready to start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Certainly welcome to the 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention, Labor Day weekend 2014, Sheraton Universal Hotel, Universal City, California. Robert Wright is the director of the American Anti-Cancer Institute. Bob is a researcher. He's also known as the Cancer Whisperer, because he provides coaching and consulting for cancer patients. His institute, his foundation is in Everett, Washington, and we're very happy to have him again because he talks about study, he talks about alternative cancer therapies, that's inside information on a lot of what we've been outlining and studying this week. Robert, very good to have you back.
Thank you for staying. I do not have a PowerPoint, so you're going to see me all over the place here. I don't do that on purpose. And the reason is that as best I can with this lighting, I want to look at you. And believe it or not, I know I'm 64, but I want you to look at me too. And I want you to know that I'm telling you the truth. Truth is very important to me in our organization. There's too little of it today, especially when it comes to medicine. So what I will tell you today is the truth, and I want to say the truth as I know it, that we do a lot of research. We don't recommend anything that we haven't researched. And in regards to Mark, who was just on here, a lot of great information and great ideas, and we appreciate that. I can tell you that when we recommend anything, it's because we really, really looked into it. You know, my mom, rest her soul, thought that she could smoke 3 packs of cigarettes a day, drink 8 pots of coffee, and then fill her other hand with synthetic vitamins from Safeway to balance it all out. You know, it doesn't work that way. So I caution you, whenever you buy any kind of supplements, anything that is an additive to your daily diet or to a cancer regimen or anti-cancer regimen, choose wisely. Know what's inside. We do recommend vitamin D3, and we know that 77% of all cancers are basically halted if you have enough D3 in your body. If you add iodine to that, it probably goes up to 85%. By the way, we always teach what prevents heals, and what heals prevents, and it makes perfect sense. We see today that so many people, I just want to touch on a few things before I get into the meeting, and I know I don't have a lot of time, and I give great thanks to my good friend, Ty Hollinger, because how many of you heard his on Saturday morning? He opened it up for us. His 30 minutes took care of most of the first hour of what I usually do. I usually do about 2.5 hours, so I'm thankful for that. And so I'm not going to get into all the details and all kinds of things about cancer and politics and history, because I simply don't want to do that. But I want to touch on a few things because Dr. Mark did. We have so many thyroid problems in our country today. I think many of you know that. It doesn't have to do with cancer, but it has to do with health and well-being. And the reasons can be many, but basically, you all should know now, if you don't, that chlorine and fluoride and bromine sit on your iodine receptors in your thyroid. They prevent the iodine from being absorbed. We do iodine tests on people when we travel around the country. We take a tincture of iodine and paint a 2-inch square on their forearm. It's not the best way to get your iodine, of course, but it will generally tell you if you are deficient. We've probably done in excess of 1,000 or 2,000 of these. We've never found anyone that's sufficient in iodine yet. And it's a reason for a lot of your ills. A lot of the thyroid problems, hypothyroidism, and thyroid cancer that we have today. Type 2 diabetes. You need to know, if you have it or your friends have it, don't live with it. Simply don't live with it. Type 2 diabetes is healable within 90 to 120 days in almost every single person. You need to know this. Neurodegenerative diseases, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, ALS, really a conundrum in conventional medicine, autism, another conundrum. But you know, with those neurodegenerative diseases, we are seeing just absolutely incredible healings and reversals with people who do a few simple things. And I want you to think about this, and I want you to investigate it. And don't believe me. Don't believe a word I say today, please. No, really, I want you to. But investigate it. You need to know. Extra virgin coconut oil, 2 to 6 tablespoons a day. Incredible reversals with ALS, with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. I'm not saying these people are healed. I'm saying reversals. Turmeric, same thing. Flood the body with these nutrients. It makes a difference. And I could go on with these. But I caution you, if you're buying supplements, if you're going to go buy a D3, don't go to a regular store and buy a D3. Most of the D3 in the regular supermarkets today is actually not good for you, and it contains synthetics. And so be very careful when you choose D3 coming from, largely when you get those bottles from sheep's wool, called lanolin, or from a fish oil. Just be careful, whatever supplements that you choose. Like I said, we recommend very few, but we do recommend some only because we've researched them. And we only recommend things that we believe will help everyone. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. Now, the title of my lecture today is, what's it called? You have the bulletin, Alternative Cancer Therapies. I'm not going to talk about that today. I'm not a practitioner of alternative therapies. I don't like them. I don't believe that they work. And before any of you leave, let me explain that. It's a matter of semantics. What is alternative about putting in your body and on your body the things that God gave us? The foods, the water, the plants, to keep us healthy and to heal us. What's alternative about that? Nothing. I'll tell you what alternative medicine is. That's putting poison, chemotherapy, radiotherapy in your body. Hanging up the bottom. That's alternative therapy. And when you get down to it, when you get down to definitions, it's really true. You know that chemotherapy was founded from mustard gas in World War I and World War II. Gee, I thought that was supposed to kill people. And it was. Don't buy into it. And don't buy into cheap supplements. Buy into the things that will help you. Your life is on the line. You can't afford to make a mistake. Especially with stage 3 or stage 4 cancer. You cannot afford to make a mistake. So we're going to talk about natural cancer therapies today. And I'm going to list 4 things that we recommend to basically every cancer therapy, every kind of cancer is what I mean. You know, doctors like to put 150 different names on cancer. And sometimes they have a degree of importance. They will tell you maybe where the cancer is located, what kind of cells are involved, this kind of thing. But in the final analysis, what does that mean to you? You just want to be healed, right? These 26 letter names for cancer, you don't even know what they mean. The doctors do it for themselves. You just want to be healed. So what I will recommend to you today, I would probably recommend for just about anyone. Whether they have liver cancer, pancreatic cancer, brain cancer, colon cancer, breast cancer. And you need to know that these work almost every single time. If you will do them. How often does chemo and radiation work? You've heard the stories. I'm not going to go deep into the statistics. But, you know, the December 2004 issue of the Journal Oncology, it's right there, word mark, the epidemiological study. 2.1% of the people. I probably half the speakers here have said that. The oncologists told them themselves. And they said, we wouldn't do chemotherapy or allow our families to do it. We just simply would not. So I'm going to tell you the truth today. You know, the first truth is that people think that we're known around the world today. People think that we're just having fabulous results with cancer patients. Not so much. Is that a confession or a definition? No. I want to tell you that 95% of cancer patients won't come and see us until they've exhausted all of their allopathic options. By then, for many, it's too late. You don't have a good system, you don't have a chance. You're simple. And the rest of them won't do what's necessary to save their own lives. And I have to tell you that I understand that. I really do, because the cancer patient has been so overtreated by conventional medicine. And that gold standard of medicine has not helped them. How could they possibly believe that someone like me, who has these way out alternative therapies, could possibly do them any good? They just want to go home and die. And many of them do because of that. They've lost hope. And so they won't do what's necessary. Although what is essentially necessary to heal cancer, or almost any other disease, I'm talking heart disease, autoimmune disease, any of these sicknesses or diseases, chronic illness mostly. Folks, we know what to do with these today. We know how to heal hearts. You have lupus, fibromyalgia, rheumatoid arthritis. We know what to do with these today. You need to know that. You can't sit back and be overtreated by your doctors. because they will kill you if you let them. And this is not to malign doctors. We need good doctors. All of us will confess that, right? You have trauma, you need a good trauma surgeon. Doctors are fairly good at diagnostics. We need good diagnosticians. We need good nurses. But the fact of the matter is that the majority of doctors don't have the tools in their toolbox to help you when you have chronic illness, which includes cancer. And they prove it every day. The cemeteries prove it every day. I live with life and death every day. I see people die every day. I see people live every day. That's what keeps me going. People ask me, why did you get into this? Why did you start? It's a long story. But it was culminated by holding my mother's head in my hands when she took her last breath. Diagnosed only a week and a half earlier, she went so fast that it made her head spin. Culminated also with my dad. I watched him at 4:02 a.m. on that September morning years and years ago. I saw his chest heave the last night, the last breath. Folks, that changes you. It changes you. And it shouldn't be so. He had had a kidney removed 16 years previously with cancer, and the cancer continued to move on to the other kidneys, permeate his body. And he suffered immeasurably over 16 years. 16 years on 24 drugs. He was tortured until he died. He just gave up. That's why I do what I do. You need to know what cancer is all about, and what the cancer industry is all about. You heard a snootful of it today. And you need to know also, again, the truth, that there is no supplement, no treatment, no protocol, no therapy in this building, in this hall, that will heal your cancer. Did you get that? Not one. There's a lot of things in this hall that will help to heal your human immune system. The only thing that will heal your cancer. The only thing. And you need to keep that in mind when you choose the treatments and the therapies and the protocols that are going to take you on this journey to healing. And heal you will if you follow the protocol that has a chance to work. And that's what we offer today. How many here, if they were diagnosed with cancer, have cancer now? If someone offered you the pill that would heal your cancer, how many would take it? Come on. Truthfully, how many would take it? Well, the pill doesn't exist, and we know that. Here's a pill for you right here. It says Medicare will cover the cost of embryons in your cancer drug, called Provix. It's for men with prostate cancer. Is that the pill? You would think so. It increases the lifespan of a man with prostate cancer for 3 months, and it costs $100,000. I've got a lot of those stories. Is surgery the pill? I talked to a young man named Lance Rankin, who was in his early 30s, his family. I spoke in San Antonio. He stayed behind. It was almost midnight. He wanted to tell me what was going on. He said, "Bob, you see the scar in the middle of my forehead?" And I said, "Yes, Lance, I see it." He said, "Melanoma. They got it all." I said, "Good, good." He said, "Bob, you see the scar over here?" "Yes." "Melanoma. This time they really got it all." "Okay. What now?" He says, "Well, now the melanoma is all over the side of my face. What they want to do is they want to cut my face half off. They want to pull it back over here, and they want to scrape out and surgically cut out all of the cancer." I said, "Lance, what do you want to do?" He said, "I want to do that." I said, "Oh, Lance." Well, we put him on a good natural protocol. He was getting better, but he had a family that was steeped in allopathic medicine. They drove him to chemotherapy. But I got the call less than a year later that he was dead, leaving a young wife and several children. This must stop. And it must stop now. I want to go over the 4 things that we recommend for cancer patients. And as I told you, they'll work almost every time if you follow them. And I can give examples. And each one of these is chosen for a specific reason. One, it's steeped in science. There's no hocus pocus here. There's no try this, it might work for you. These are steeped in science. And each one, many people will tell you, is a standalone cancer treatment. That again, it will heal cancer, but it will heal your immune system. Folks, these things work. All of us here probably know someone who has used just diet to heal their cancer. Anyone heard of anyone who's just used diet to heal their cancer? I know a lot of people. Anyone heard of Chris Park? Yeah, many of you have heard of Chris. Colon cancer at age, what, 25 or less. And he did have surgery, but then they wanted to just drill it with radiation and chemo. No way. No way. So he went off the skids, you might say, and went to a totally vegan, organic diet. And I see Chris a lot. I see him talk a lot. That's been about 9 or 10 years ago. We got a family now. He's one of the healthiest guys you've ever seen. What did he do? Diet. It's the only thing he changed. If you have cancer and you're not willing to change your diet, your chances of survival go down. And you know that. And I think most of you know it. And sometimes your diet needs to be somewhat extreme. I don't recommend meat for cancer patients. It's too much energy to digest it. People don't know how to buy it. They don't know how to eat it. They don't know how to prepare it. They don't take enzymes with it, and it blocks in their stomachs. It coats the linings of their colon. No milk products, folks. No bread. Actually, I took the notes for you. I'll be out in the hall with these afterwards in the 3rd edition of my book called Killing Cancer, Not People. This is a cancer guide. This will tell you what to do. It will tell you exactly what I would do if I was diagnosed with cancer, and I don't care if it's a stage 4 cancer. I truly believe that I would heal myself. Diet. Change your diet if you want to strengthen and heal that immune system. Number 2, you need to detox. Most people go through their lives without detoxing at all. They don't even know what it is. There's 100 different ways to detox. We think we found the best way in the world to detox now. It's in the book. It's called PIOH. The acronym is PIOH. Stands for Precision Intestinal Oxidative Hydrotherapy. It's so new, it's only done one place in the world, in the Seattle area. We're trying to change that and train people. But it took 33 years for the guy to perfect this. It starts looking like colonic hydrotherapy, but that's where it ends, the comparison. Colonic hydrotherapy can be done 100 different ways, including being locked in a room with garden hose, which isn't too attractive to me. I've heard of it, yes. PIOH looks like that, but it's done with specialized equipment and perfected water that goes through a 6-stage process, filtering process, and the water is one. Ozone is added in and visceral stimulation. The equipment used will actually tell you when you release. It's after lunch, so I can tell these things. If you can actually see what comes out of you. A lead tube about this long, about this big. And the professional can see the heavy metals coming out. The colonies, the dead red blood cells. He can tell you that's mercury, that's cadmium, that's nickel. This junk that's been stored up in your tissues, in your organs, in your cells, and particularly in your liver. I told you I'm 64. I've had 33 of these sessions. And it's still coming out of my liver. 33 sessions. It's packed in your liver, and it's a reason why many people do not get to the finalization of the healing process of cancer. You've got to get that crud out of your body, or you simply struggle to heal. It's imperative. You know, coffee enemas are often recommended, and I recommend them for cancer patients because they sit in the sigmoid colon and they stimulate the hepatic portal to the liver, which then dumps the liver. Good thing. You need those. However, you struggle to get one liver purge each coffee enema. So I see people doing 5, 6, say, I did 8 today. I've had an excess of 15 liver purges in one IO session. And your body is flooded with oxygen. You take O3, ozone, combine it with H2O, perfected water, and you get polyatomic oxygen. Could be O22, O17, just don't know. Flooding your colon, flooding your body is Is oxygen good for you? And so this is the ultimate detoxification, probably the real truly missing link. And we've seen it with cervical cancer patients, ovarian patients, these ladies who have the big guts that look like they're pregnant, because they've got a sinus, the collection of fluids and toxins that always goes away with diet. Oh, and so you need to think about this. So diet, detox. Number 3 is water. And I tell people about water and diet, detox, and supplementation, and they say, yeah, Bob, I get it. I know I need to drink water, and I know I need supplements, et cetera, but where's the bill? See, with that kind of society today, we just don't get it. It's not there. But if you do these things, they work. Then they're standalone. We put them together. Water, ionized water. And I can tell you, we've seen results that stun me even now. We researched it for 6 years. And it works for cancer patients, and it works for everybody. That's why we recommend it. Can I tell you that it'll cure your cancer? No, no one can do that. Will it heal your immune system? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't have enough time to go deep into it. And I told you that I don't recommend any products, and no one pays me to recommend their products. I don't make any money from products. But I recommend Kangen water from the Enact machines because it's by far the best. We've done the research. There's no question whatsoever. We put end-stage cancer patients, pancreatic cancer, lung cancer, less than 90 days to live. We go all the way to the 11.5 water, which no one recommended that they drink, and they now no longer have cancer. It's the only thing they change. Steeped in science, folks. Steeped in science. Flooding the body with antioxidants, hydrating the body, making the water molecules more available, alkalinizing the body. The fastest way to take an acidic body, which all cancer patients are, and bring it back to the alkaline state. Fastest way in the world now, and it works. Cancer cannot survive in an alkaline diet. Ever smell a newborn baby? Smells good. They're born alkaline. You ever go into a rest home? It smells bad. Acid. You need to be alkaline. The last thing is supplementation. People fight me on this all the time, and I tell them you're not going to win. You're simply not going to win. There's a lot of supplements you can take, but I have seen the proof, and I have seen the evidence, and I have thousands and thousands of testimonies that most of these people I looked in the eye, and I've heard their stories. They take the product from the Reliv company. Reliv, R-E-L-I-V. It was so important that I wrote a whole chapter in the book about it. They work, folks. They work. So get the book when you have an opportunity. It's all in here. I'll be back here. I'll answer your questions. I'll sign books. This stuff works. Get in touch with us. We know what to do, and it's successful almost every time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here. On the hallway on the right side. Chris, Chuck, you know where Joyce's PowerPoint would be? While we're transitioning here, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to just stand up where you are and lift your feet up and down, or shake your fist at the government, feel free to do so. Chris? while we're waiting, again, if you weren't here a little earlier, we mentioned that we lost three people. I'm sure there's more. But three people. Dr. Abram Baer, Arizona legend in integrative medicine. He was 80 something, late 80s. We lost him in June, Tucson, Arizona. He worked with Andrew Weil. Other Dr. James Privateer, very frequent Center of Cancer Control Society, going back to somewhere probably around 1973 when it started. Very, very tragic loss there. And that's when it started. Dynamic, vivacious, totally dedicated to alternative therapies, over an 8-year cancer survivor, helping people on a daily basis, and after a period of time neglected her own health, and of course, as we know, that cancer comes back if you don't keep doing the things that make your body inhospitable to cancer. So we lost Jessica last November. She did so much to promote the Cancer Control Society, California Citizens for Health Freedom, cancer victims and friends. And so she truly was dedicated to the cause and serious. Harold, we're just about ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very happy to have you here at the 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention, Labor Day weekend, 2014. We are, of course, at the Sheraton Universal Hotel in Universal City. Dr. Joyce Johnson has been a part of our movement probably 35 years that I can remember. She studied with Harold Manor. Her specialty is analyzing and studying the blood, and she's here to talk to us today about blood chemistry, the key to predicting cancer. Joyce, thank you very much for being here.
This society has saved so many lives. I really commend Frank and Ray Rosenthal, and I thank them, and you should too, because think of the number of people who've been saved because of these conventions, and I'm honored to be a part of it. How many are here for the first time just today? This is the only day that you came. Oh, good. So then, some of you will be hearing this information for the first time. I am doing and happy to be on this day so that I can give you information that you may have heard but haven't been able to retain. Information overload, right? So my technology is doing many things. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Bring that. You just got the whole lecture. It's over. Okay. So, it brings to mind a funny little story, and I bet a lot of you have heard it, but you probably at this point have information overload. For so much information, your head is exploding, right? I look at it this way. There was a man who was drowning, and there was a huge flood, but he didn't believe it. And the waters were rising, and a car came by and said, "You're going to die. Get in this car right now, before the flood occurs." No, God will save me. Now the water's really rising, and another friend came by on a boat and said, "You better get in this boat. You are going to drown." No. The Lord will take me. Well, pretty soon, he's on the roof of his house, his blood is really rising. And last ditch effort, the helicopter showed up and said, "You better get in this plane right now, you are going to drown." No, the Lord will save me. And guess what happened?
He drowned.
He died. Lord, what happened?
Sent you
I thought you were going to save me. Well, I sent a car. I sent a boat. I even sent a plane. And you didn't listen. And that is the moral of being sure that you hear and do and believe and contact these people for help. So now, let's go forward and learn a little bit about your immune system. The key to survival is to be able to read your blood and understand your own blood chemistry. Otherwise, you're playing Russian roulette if you're not. So that's what this is all about. The immune system, organization of the immune system. Your tonsils are important. Oh. Did they take your tonsils out? Well, we have the respiratory tract, the lungs. All of this is part of your immune system. The lymph nodes, the thymus gland, the spleen, the gastrointestinal tract, and of course the appendix. Oops, did you have your appendix removed? But you know we have an amazing immune system, and the important thing in not contracting cancer is to be able to have a strong immune system, right? So let's look at the stem cells, because the stem cells have so much to do with the immune system. We have the bone marrow, we have the thymus, that makes the B cells. It's an important thing to understand that the bone marrow has to be healthy. And so the primitive cells produced in the bone marrow are transformed into T cells in the thymus, and the B cells in the bone marrow, and all the blood cells, the entire white blood cell family, the red blood cells and the platelets are produced from stem cell transformation. And you can see a lot of this in your blood work, and just a simple CBC. When the doctors look at your blood chemistry, they look at the medical range like this. But you have to understand that that medical range is too broad. How did they get the medical range? They took a cross-section of the American population and took the mean average. Now I ask you, you think that this is a nation of healthy people? Hello? So what I do is take it in several standard deviations into what we call a strict, ideal nutritional range. And that's where you want it to be. So when you look at your CBC, you want to see that your white blood cells are between 5 and 7. If it's too high, you have inflammation. If their white blood cells are too low, then you're dealing with immune deficiency. And then you have the parts of the white blood cells that are all divided up into percentages. And that would be like looking at the lymphocytes. You've heard of those, right? And we look at the neutrophils. We want the neutrophils to be, around 25 to 40. And we want to see the lymphocytes 15 to 20. We want to know that we have a healthy immune system. We look at things like the basals and bands. We look at the different parts of the red blood cells also, which would be like the hemoglobin, and how much oxygen is one of the red blood cell carrying. That's your hemoglobin. So anyway, these are all things that you need to know about. Otherwise, you're playing Russian roulette with your life. And so, let's go forward and look at how to prevent that disaster. Because you see, we have our genetics, and believe it or not, the genetic predisposition of cancer is in a small percentage. Most of it is environmental. Most of it we did to ourselves. Electromagnetic pollution, air that we're breathing, the pesticides in our food, the excesses of fat and red blood cells, red meat. And so you have to remember all of these things are contributors more than your genetics. You have a genetic predisposition perhaps, but that doesn't mean that it's a death sentence because your mother had breast cancer or your dad had prostate cancer. So anyway, that's the genetic and environmental aspect. So we know the way to put the flame on the fire on all of this problem of initiating cancer would be stress. You have to learn to relax. Stress, the chemical position and the chemicals everywhere. And then of course malnutrition. So that damages your immune system. And infections start to occur. You have colds more often. You have fungus, which you can tell by your kind of monocytes in your blood. The viral aspect, parasitic, which you can tell by your eosinophils in your blood. And bacteria. So ultimately, you have a damaged, dysfunctional immune system, and you have multiple chemical sensitivities. And what's the ultimate result? Cancer. That's the progression. So we need to look at the causes of cancer. And just to sum them up, toxic air, toxic water, toxic food, food additives, electromagnetic pollution, heated fats, dental and fat, sugar, stress, low immune system, malnutrition. You see how it's a conglomerate of so many different things. So there are a couple of ways in which you can reduce your cancer risk. For one thing, you reduce your fat and food. You just can't. You could be a vegetarian and probably profit greatly, especially if it was all organic food. But you don't want to eat pesticides, right? I had a friend of mine say one time, I don't want to spend all that extra money on organic food. Oh, okay, so you love pesticides, right? And he didn't even think about that. So we need to reduce the fat, increase the veggies. We need to avoid tobacco and drugs. Everybody knows that. Take your supplements, take enzymes. Dr. Manner always talked about enzymes from the aspect of like coenzyme. He was such a pioneer in this field. And he used to say you need powerful enzymes which you take on an empty stomach, which will digest the tumors. And it actually is true. It's one of the components to kicking cancer. Because you see, if you have those pancreatic enzymes and they're powerfully strong formula, and you take them on an empty stomach, then instead of digesting the food, they're digesting the tumor, and it's a great component of health. There's just so many pieces of the puzzle. And of course, we want to detoxify. The previous gentleman talked about that. He made a lot of sense. And then we talk about the daily exercise, which is totally critical. You must exercise. And the foods that you emphasize. You want veggies, legumes, sprouted bread, wild fish, try to get clean fish, organic eggs, only organic eggs, not regular. Fruit, brown rice, sea veggies, green tea, adiarco tea, nuts, and remember, peanuts are not a nut. Peanuts are deadly. Unless they're organic, I guess they'd be all right. And then finally, knowing about the right supplements, taking good, healthy, organic supplements. Kind of put in a fun idea is that the immune system can fight cancer. And how does that happen? Well, first of all, the DNA controls our cell growth. Secondly, the DNA defects let cell grow into a tumor. And the third thing that happens is that you have more mutations, and that might cause the cells to become unmanageable and malignant. And then fourthly, you've got the capillaries, and you've heard about angiogenesis, that network of capillaries, the little network that actually feeds the cancer cell, angiogenesis, we don't have to beat that. And then if we've got, you know, if you have a chemotherapy misses just one cancer cell, then it's going to spread throughout your body. That's why chemotherapy, 90% of the time, is not successful. It's only temporary. And then lastly, we have the whole problem with how to kill the angiogenesis. So what are the immune destroyers? Well, we've got a lot of them. We have sugar and sweets, artificial sweetener, we've got stress, we've got a sedentary lifestyle of people who think they're going to be a couch potato, they don't need to exercise, that's crazy. Exercise is as important as sleep, as important as food. You have to exercise. Then there's the problems with medication. The average person who is in their 70s is on about 9 medications. What is that all about? They're telling you, they're not helping you. For nearly every medication, there is a comparable natural solution. And then we've got we have removal of appendix. We talked about that. Everybody has their appendix out, not necessary tonsils out, not necessary spleen out, not necessary. Well, you're just depleting, making the immune system weaker and weaker. And then the whole idea of this nutritional deficiency on the standard American diet, which everybody's heard about SAD, SAD, standard American diet, is pitiful and pathetic. Then we've got radiation, got x-rays. In my book, I tell you all about what happens exactly with the rats and the problems with mammogram and the solutions being thermography. And there's even one solution that's even more valuable and more accurate, which is the PAPS for breast. And that's why my book is so important, because this book is going to talk about the halo and the very newest things for everything that you need to stay well. And the halo is a PAPS. That's a little fluid from the nipple, and they take a PAPS. That's better than thermography, better than mammography, and that's the latest news. So we have to also look at, besides all the x-rays and radiation, and we have the problem with the food additives. Oh man, I hope you are reading your labels and realize what you are eating. That's why you're so safe when you choose organic. And then, of course, the parasitic infection. Another speaker talked about that. We had such fabulous information at this conference. And one of the clues to detecting whether you have parasites is in your blood, which is the eosinophil. And then fungus. Another one of your speakers talked about this. And one of the ways to know about the indeed fungus is the monocyte being elevated in your blood. And then we've got the electromagnetic pollution. You had yet another speaker who addressed this. This has been such a well-rounded program of solutions for you. And it does take a lot of different things. You need to work on all of this. You need to unplug things, especially in your bedroom. Don't ever get them plugged in your bedroom, trying to get battery operated clocks. And try to get away from radiation, turn your television off. So maybe like 7 feet away from your TV when it's on. Get these little buttons and things that they have available here to help the radiation on your cell phone. So the solutions are there, you just have to work at it. The dental work I could do a whole talk on dental work. Hal Huggins wrote the book, it's like the Bible for dental work. And we realized the contribution of toxic chemistry and root canals. We have to look at that, get healthy. And then, of course, the pesticides and the artificial color. It's a lot to deal with. Well, we're back to looking at the immune system again. Tumor markers are substances, and the tumor markers are all in my book, on the tumor markers. They're really valuable to know the tumor markers and which one we're looking at for which type of cancer. Some of them, like the AMAF, just tells you pretty well if you have cancer or not, but doesn't tell you where it is. So these are all in my book, and I hope you all have the handout. Do you all have a handout? Yeah. These are all listed on your handout, because I'm sure you were going to want this, and we're not going to talk about it if we don't have that kind of time. This is one of my favorite slides. One of my mentors was Dr. Harold Manner, and another one was Pritikin. How many of you ever remember Nathan Pritikin? He was the one that discovered cholesterol and triglycerides. And so many people don't even understand that triglycerides are so different in their contribution to cancer. They do contribute to cancer. Let me just say that your triglycerides should be below 100. Whoops. I'm sorry, I messed up. Okay, let's get out of there. I thought I was going to use a little arrow and be real techy and point to these things, but I'm not even going to go there. Anyway, we just talk about it. Your triglycerides should be around 95 or 100 at the most. When the triglycerides rise, you have many things that contribute toward cancer in this realm, and let me explain. The red blood cells, as you know, carry oxygen, but did you realize that they are like a coin, in that they're flat, and they carry the oxygen at the top and the bottom around the rim. So they go into the capillaries, miles and miles of capillaries, and they keep you well oxygenated. But when the triglycerides start to rise, they stick together in clumps and piles. And now you've lost the ability to carry oxygen. There's just, wherever they're stuck together, you can't carry the oxygen. And so you lose miles and miles of circulation because of two things. Number one, it can't get into the capillary. You see the bottom of the screen. The red blood cells are stuck together and they can't squeeze into the capillaries. The capillaries die off. So there are two ways that you lose oxygen when the triglycerides are up. One reason, when you have your triglycerides too high, 100 or more, the red blood cells stick together so they can't carry oxygen on all their surfaces. And number two, they are too clumpy to be able to get into the capillary, and capillaries start to die off. So you have anoxia. And with anoxia, just imagine cancer thrives in anoxia. And one of the things that I'm really excited about are telomeres, and I wish I had a half an hour to talk about them, but unfortunately we don't. But they're all in this book. And telomeres are critical in being able to know if you're going to get cancer or not. Because when the telomeres are too short, believe me, you're going to have cancer or some other terrible disease. Your telomeres are one of the keys to why we get cancer. Because when the telomere gets short, that's when cancer thrives. Oh, I wish I had a half hour to talk about this when I'm watching the clock. And I got a great video to tell you how to lengthen your telomere. So why do I want to tell you about the telomere being short, you're going to die, without telling you you can make the telomere longer? Yay! So here we go. Got a video. What happened to the sound? I have to start over. I get an extra 5 minutes. What happened? I thought I was the one that didn't know technology. Oh, no. Anyway, when we're talking about the telomeres, the way that they shorten is by stress, the foods that you eat, all these things we talk about, pesticides, stress, not exercising, shortens. Every year your telomere gets shorter and shorter. A telomere is, you know how you have double helix, and you got all the genes, and they're all inside the nucleus of the cell. But guess what? At the end of the double helix are chromosomes. And those chromosomes, at the end of the chromosome, is a telomere. Now, maybe way back when we were in biology class, you would remember the hay flip. We said that you put a cell in a petri dish and it replicates 50 times. That was it, you guys? Forget that, because it's not true. The telomeres have superseded that idea. And so the bad news is the telomere gets short when you abuse yourself. The good news is the telomere will lengthen, and you increase your life, and you increase your ability to not have cancer or to survive cancer. You have to learn about the telomeres. And that's a big part of my book. Did we get it going? It was going perfectly. Okay. So why isn't it better? I did it 1,000 times. It's a shame for you not to see this. These slides are all in the book, by the way. I hope you read by the book. It will truly save your life. I worked on it 12 hours a day for 8 weeks and got it, and it just in time for suspension. And it's all the stuff that you forgot with suspension, and a lot more. We're going to be talking about the new kid on the block, telomeres. You need to learn about that. Okay, let's see if we can do this.
It may not look like a mountain view, but inside this nondescript building, I'm about to become part of an exciting experiment, a kind of guinea pig. I'm here at the University of Colorado in Denver to meet Dr. Joe McCord, a world-renowned scientist.
It is. We're very excited about it.
His latest research could very well unravel the mystery of aging itself. And his decades of experiments may have the potential of adding years to people's lives and possibly prevent chronic diseases like cancer, diabetes, and heart disease. It all centers around this small yellow pill, and for me, it begins with a blood test.
Would be the first time we do work with this company.
They want to check my levels of something called T-bars, which is a rough indicator of a person's actual age. T-bars can identify a condition known as oxidative stress, a kind of measure of the wear and tear on our bodies. Oxidative stress, like the rusting of an engine, is not a good thing.
That's a body leading to disease and leading to malfunction, and unfortunately leading to what we call aging. It is a slow progression of increasing oxidative stress. That's the main characteristic chemically of the aging process.
The problem of aging begins with the very food we eat to give us energy. As our cells burn that food, they also release toxic chemicals. Those chemicals, you may know them as free radicals, react with all the components of our cells, literally bombarding them millions of times per second, damaging all our cells. The result? Oxidative stress. We all have it. The body fights back with a system of defenses. It makes two antioxidant enzymes, catalase and SLT, whose job is to gobble up the free radicals before they can harm our cells.
Dr. Hawk, do I take this?
And so, here I go. With that swallow, I've just become part of a potentially landmark scientific experiment. It's called Protandim, and tests on both mice and humans have already shown that it revs up the manufacture of those good enzymes in our bodies. More enzymes, fewer free radicals to harm us. Whether that will lead to longer life is still unknown. Experiments to see if mice live longer are about to get underway, but it's a tantalizing theory.
Right now, all we know is that this preparation decreases oxidative stress. Oxidative stress is not a disease, just like aging itself a disease, but it's something that accompanies and is attached to the disease process. But we still only do. I wouldn't put it that way, but we may have discovered something that will tell us a lot more about how we age, what happens biochemically, and maybe how we sleep. So you can see the age related.
Normally, oxidative stress, measured by those T-bars, increases with age. But in Dr. McCord's tests, taking just one pill of Protandim a day reversed that trend for everyone at every age, even for an 80-year-old.
They all are reduced to the level of oxidative stress. Frankly,
Back to the oxidative stress levels of a child? It sounds too good to be true. What would have to work on me? But what about my problems? After nearly 2 weeks now, it's time to get my results. Dr. McCord calculates the numbers. The result, my level of oxidative stress has declined dramatically.
49%, that's excellent.
Just look at where I fall on the graph, before and after.
Which if extrapolate back is the level you would see in a newborn baby.
Have we turned back the clock? Well, maybe not on the outside, but deep inside within my cells. Yes, indeed. The company that makes Protandim says its tests show the pill made from
Okay, I'm overjoyed. I just want to finish by saying you really need this book. I wanted to finish with one thought, and I'm confused here. You measured the T-bars, which measures oxidative stress, but oxidative stress is what shortens the telomeres. So I want to be sure you have that connection. God bless you, and save your life by the book.
Dr. Jones, thank you very much.
We use the same computer. Yeah, if you want us to just stand up and wiggle and can shake, rattle, and roll, that's fine. And, I know it's been a long 3 days for most of you. Again, we do appreciate the fact that you stuck it out in the first place and that you've been with us all this time. Again, there will be another opportunity to visit exhibits. In fact, I think that's after our next, after our next speaker, and we will take another break and finish up with our final two speakers of the day, I think both of which you'll find extremely interesting and beneficial. Again, as we mentioned, please pick up a copy of Joe's biographies. All the information about the speakers, as well as the contact information. And that's, again, the contact information is also very valuable. Again, Archie's book, the MSO Handbook for Doctors, and then Ralph Moss, Doctor Results. Very, very important. And for those of you that, and I can't vouch right now for the precise quality impact of the YouTube streaming, but I believe it's YouTube, Cancer Control Society, Thrive. Thrive is with 3 I's, THRIIIDE. Cancer Control Society, Autism, Thrive, and our link should be there. Again, I know that some people have said it was hard to see and hear. Thanks to a very, very dedicated lady, that was all started for the first time ever in the history of the Cancer Control Society, a half hour before we started the convention a couple of days ago. So again, it's one step forward, and between now and next year, of course, it'll make it even better, so that people all over the world will be able to see this information. There's nothing better than actually being here, being able to see them live, being able to talk, interact, network, visit the exhibitors. But for those people that just can't be here, I think it's a tremendous step forward in providing very valuable information around the world. Who knows, someday we may be able to translate it into other languages. But this is to get us started. Harold, we're just about ready to start. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention, Labor Day weekend 2014, Sheriff Universal Hotel, Universal City, California. Our next speaker is another cancer survivor, and this is so tremendously important because you need to see that people survive. It's one thing to hear talk about, it's quite another to actually get to see survivors. I think what's even more significant to us, she'll tell you more about it, she was suffering through cancer therapy a few years ago. She heard about the Cancer Control Society Convention, came with us, picked up some very valuable information, and you wrote your book, Cancer for the Rest of Us. And Linda Jacques was very happy to have you this time on our stage. Thank you. We need to have it quiet in the back of the room. All you people standing up at the exhibitors back there, please take it outside or use sign language. So one or the other, but outside, because we want to give Linda her full time and respect her knowledge of what she has to present. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the number of cancer survivors in the United States today. My story is in there somewhere. And if you're facing the cancer monster yourself right now, I'd like you to take this gigantic effort and one for yourself. Now, I am the very last person to put a happy spin on cancer. Mine was not a gift, some people say. And it's just about the last thing that any of us ever wants to have to do. But that said, I also know that there are many well-researched, solid, science-based reasons for you to be optimistic, hopeful, and motivated to heal your cancer with natural medicine and nutritional therapy. And I'm here to talk specifics about that. My name is Linda Jacobs. I'm an ovarian cancer survivor. And just as important to me, I'm a chemo survivor too. 3 years ago, I sat in this audience for the first time. And I was hoping to restore my health after a long season in a hell called Taxol and carboplatin. Those are two very, very heavy-duty chemo drugs. Now, I used certain alternative measures while I was in treatment, as you say, but I succumbed to the chemo hard sell. All the scary statistics about what was likely to happen to me if I didn't do what my oncologist was recommending, and my insurance was going to help me pay for anything that she didn't recommend. So I had a lot to live for. I couldn't figure out fast enough what to do instead of chemo, so I'll pay it. And I know that something like that happens to a lot of newly diagnosed patients. I'm a writer, and I promised myself that if I got out of cancer land alive, I would put together a camp, and it would have information and resources for other patients so that they could look at alternative cancer treatments in addition to the conventional treatments that we're recommended, so that they could make a truly informed decision about their care. What I learned at that conference enabled me to feel hopeful for the first time in a long time about my own case, and also motivated me to go home and to work on that book, a pamphlet. I thought it was a pamphlet, it grew into a book. A large e-book, very comprehensive look at cancer. In 3 parts, over 800 pages, and over 1,000 internal and external links. All cancer for the rest of us. This growth is substantial into a big book happened because there's just so much to the big cancer story. I wanted to learn more about alternatives and natural cancer medicine, and I did. And I also wanted to understand something about conventional oncology and how it developed over the last century and got stuck where it is today. I wanted to look at the cancer industry, the key players, follow the money, and see what that money was going to do with supposedly impartial medical science. Because really there's a lot of bad behavior going on in there, and it translates down to us patients in the form of very poorly performing, health-gutting, and bankrupting treatments that most people still think is all there is for the cancer. I'm personally also very interested in many aspects of cancer culture, sad term, but we live in a cancer culture now. So I wrote about that and cancer for the rest of us too. But I understand the priorities of people facing cancer, so that's all part 3 of the book. Cancer fighting actions you can take now. I'm going to list several specific suggestions of things you can do, and also some things you can stop doing to defeat your cancer. You might want to jot down just some simple notes because I have a lot of territory to cover a lot more quickly than I would like to. The fact is that there are hundreds of natural substances that have very valuable anti-cancer properties. And it can seem overwhelming when you try to narrow it down and find one that really best help you. We are all different, and of course it takes time and care to devise an individual healing program. It's also true that there are good working generalizations about what drives cancer and treats cancer. And I'm going to emphasize making nutritional therapy the foundation, central to your plan. It's the best foundation for any other healing measures that you may choose to take. Hippocrates famously said, "Let food be our medicine." Smart as he was, he could not have foreseen what a toxic waste site we were going to make of our world, our environment, and food supply, and much of modern medicine. So today we need to amend this to say, let organic, non-GMO food be your medicine, and that will do it. So let's look at basic health considerations that are critical to your cancer fight, and several ways that you can improve each one of them. This is a whole body approach to healing cancer, not just killing it with a brute force and X-rays and expecting all that collateral damage, but healing the body from the cells on up and giving it the right tool for a job that it's really designed to do, and that is restoring healthy metabolic and systemic function. So these are the key areas of focus for making the body an anti-cancer environment. Immune system, alkaline body state, inflammation and blood sugar levels, antioxidants and phytonutrients, oxygenation, detoxification, stress reduction, and exercise. These categories are mutually supporting and strengthening. Addressing them in the totality is a very wise lifetime investment. If you are expecting one or two alternative cancer treatments to do all the heavy lifting of your healing, while you neglect the overall state of your health and the very key role that nutrition plays in it, then you're limiting the ways that natural medicine can work for you. If you're going to take cancer on, be thorough and hopefully please. So let's start with the immune system. It is wonderfully intricate, and one of its stars is the natural killer cell. And the natural killer cell attaches to a cancer cell that builds a ring-like structure, and through this it injects a deadly poison that causes the cancer cell to erupt and burst. And if you think about it, that sounds kind of science fiction-y, but this is what we're designed to do. And unfortunately, all of these things weaken the effectiveness of our natural killer cells. Smoking, imbalance of omega-3s and 6s, high-fat diet, and hormone imbalance, deficiency of vitamins A and C, and D, and zinc, surgery, physical or emotional trauma, depression, stress, PTSD, exposure to toxins. And not one of us can escape everything on this list. Unfortunately, these things are all proven to enhance the effectiveness and activity of our natural killer cells. Low-fat diet, especially vegan or vegetarian, vitamin C, raw garlic, omega-3s, beta-glucans, and these foods, astragalus, licorice, palo and cat's claw, supplements astaxanthin and AHCC, and a product called Apamar, those three a little later, and acupuncture and exercise. Now you can raise your body's pH and keep it in a health-supporting alkaline state by filling your diet with foods that leave an alkaline residue when they metabolize. And the typical high-fat, high-sugar, nutrient-depleted diet that so many people eat has a pretty much opposite effect on the body. It promotes acidic conditions, and from these, cancer development happen. The body will constantly work to compensate for and correct this acidic imbalance, that is just a squandering of our very mighty and precious self-repairing capabilities. So those energies are much better and intelligently focused on healing. So you can Google this alkaline and acidic food groups, that is a diet, and then in addition to an alkaline diet, regular exercise and deep breathing, spirulina and chlorella are helpful, and also every day a little organic apple cider vinegar in water or some lemon water. And keeping inflammation levels down to a safe range is also really important. And unfortunately, some of the chemical messengers that are produced in the by the immune system and the natural inflammation response are also involved in the initiation of both cancer and they're associated with it growing out of control. And a good anti-cancer diet is a long way to keeping inflammation under control. And then there are many other powerful natural anti-inflammatories. There's spirulina, high from coconut white, stearin product. Turmeric or curcumin is made much more effective when it's blended with a little bit of pepper. Garlic extract, ginger, green tea, and the supplement BCGC, which is the cancer-killing phytonutrient it contains. Genistein is the important phytonutrient in soy, and omega-3s. You can also do a lot to improve the delivery system of blood glucose fuel to your cells and keep your blood sugar levels in a healthy range. Just take sugar out of your diet. White sugar, high fructose corn syrup. The stuff just floods quickly into the bloodstream and it causes excess insulin production and insulin-like growth factor that promotes tumor cell growth. And sugar also promotes inflammation and acidity and weakens immune function. So sweet and comforting. Sugar is not our friend, especially when we're up against cancer. And then concentrating on low glycemic index foods will help keep your blood sugar levels low. And those fruits and vegetables are really low and moderate. And also, it's a good idea to make a habit of eating a few nuts or seeds with all of your meals and your drinks, because those kinds of foods help to slow down the release of the natural plant sugars into your bloodstream. Antioxidants, they bind chemically with the free radicals, and they keep these loose electrons from causing DNA damage to our cells. There are great many foods and botanicals and supplements that are superb antioxidants. Selenium is one of these, and eating just 3 or 4 Brazil nuts every day is a really good way to get that. And there are other important antioxidants that you can't get enough of just with diet, so use supplements and herbs. Astaxanthin, I mentioned it earlier, it's at the top of the list. It is the most powerful of all antioxidants by far. And it has many other important health benefits friends with astaxanthin. Also, vitamin C, the tocotrienol form of vitamin E, and turmeric and asparagus. In the plant world, there are more than 10,000 known phytonutrients, plant nutrients, and a lot of them have very impressive anti-cancer properties. These are some of the most powerful ones, and you can add them to the ones that you get from a good anti-cancer plant-based diet. SGS is sulforaphane glucosinolate, broccoli and broccoli sprouts. So eat those foods often, and then if you're in an active cancer fight right now, take an SGS supplement too. I mentioned AHCC earlier. It's a natural killer cell booster. It's a proprietary blend of several strongly anti-cancer medicinal mushrooms. And also consider the individual species of these mushrooms. For instance, there's maitake, cordyceps. There are a lot of different ones, and there's great research on all of them in relation to fighting cancer. So Google your type of cancer and medicinal mushrooms to see which ones would be best for you. And then there's amygdalin, still unnecessarily controversial after all these years. For now, you just need to know that you can get amygdalin in its natural form and apricot kernels baked every day. And also, you can get it in B17 tablets and lysozyme products. And I recommend this book. It's called Foods to Fight Cancer by 2 research scientists. Very good. concise information about cancer-fighting compounds in many common foods, and an article at the Cancer Active website called 20 Herbs that Can Fight Cancer. Cancer Active is a good website and journal to explore. Oxygen. Our cells need oxygen to respirate, and if the oxygen depleted below a certain level, then they just cannot function normally. So it's been known since 1930 or so that this fact of biophysics is directly connected to the development of cancer. And it's tricky to increase the oxygen delivery to yourself, but there's some no-cost and low-cost ways that you can help that happen. Deep breathing and regular exercise, including aerobic. Also regular use of the rebounder, that's the mini trampoline. Supplements CoQ10, MSM, and omega-3 fatty acids, alkaline water, and raw and chlorophyll-rich foods. Our bodies are constantly detoxifying, removing waste from tissues and cells, and eliminating waste from the body. And when you're healing cancer, you're producing huge amounts of waste material, and we need to make sure that all of these detox processes are free. And good nutrition supports this also. A supplement called modified citrus pectin. And then use of the rebounder, just 2 minutes at a time, several times during the day, helps keep the lymphatic system working well. And some other detoxic agents are chlorella and cilantro and the fermented drink. And then stress. Oops. Stress. How we handle it is very personal and individualized, but these are 4 things that are universally helpful. One is meditation or some kind of mindfulness or relaxation practice. And binaural beats is a favorite of mine. If you haven't ever heard of it, just binaural beats. You can buy inexpensive CDs that safely lower your stress levels biochemically by altering brainwave frequency of sound. It's really a very elegant and simple way of approaching the stress problem. The herb ashwagandha helps the body handle stress, and it's also the cancer fighter's helper because it also improves immune cell function and helps balance blood sugar levels and lower inflammation. And of course, there's exercise, and just like diet, you can't get away from exercise. It's so effective at helping prevent and heal cancer that it's really a shame that it's so becoming practice. In general, you need weight-bearing, fitness maintenance, and aerobic, and consider the rebounder a good investment. Take advantage of the fact that exercise benefits all of these other interrelated aspects of health that I touched upon. And you can see that there's a lot of functional connection between these essential health categories, and that a repeating element is the anti-cancer. Please take Hippocrates' advice to heart and eat as little as survival and quality of life depend on it. Give nutritional therapy several months to work for you, and then reassess how you're doing, how you feel, what your test data says, and whether you're really so miserable without whatever food it is that you might miss. Because most people are really pleasantly pleased down the road if they give this a serious try. So important to look at the things you should not be eating for fighting cancer. It's basically all the things that indirectly or directly fuel your cancer's growth. It's fast food, processed food, bread and pasta products, coffee and soda and alcohol, sugar and high-fructose corn syrup, most oils, and cheese and dairy and meat. It's pretty much anything medical and anything that has been processed since it came out of the ground and gets into your mouth. And if you can't follow this list 100%, start where you can and just work at getting better at it. So then, what should the proactive cancer fighter be eating? Well, the top of that list is whole organic vegetables, especially leafy greens like kale, spinach, watercress, broccoli and cabbage, celery, the garlic and onion family, and fruits, especially berries and citrus and apples, nuts and seeds, including pumpkin and chia and flax, to make sure that the flax is brown right before you eat it. That's very important. And these are the three healthiest of all oils: hemp and coconut and olive oil and leaf oil every day. Don't be afraid of it. So eating this way gives your body a constant supply of phytonutrients that actively kill cancer and support human processes. And it provides plenty of enzymes to keep all these processes going. Also, get a high-quality blender. Either a big one like Vitamix or a little one like Nutribullet. Make as many of your meals and drinks, green drinks, raw and organic and fresh foods. So these are 5 very good, exceptional alternative cancer treatment. There are dozens more in my book. Avamar, I mentioned it earlier, is a product made with fermented beet germ extract, and it's clinically tested and it's widely recognized as effective even in mainstream cancer hospitals. It will benefit any patient regardless of the human path they're on. You get it online. Insulin potentiation therapy. It's truly integrated cancer medicine. If you're at all thinking about doing chemo, combine IPT with chemosensitivity test. That's the most careful way to do it, with low dosages and ruling out any drugs that don't have a chance of working for cancer. Mistletoe is recognized by more and more MDs as an effective natural cancer treatment, and you can get it in the United States. Poly-MDA is an interesting lipid supplement that many cancer patients have sex with, and pawpaw is a North American plant. I suggest that you look into the work of Dr. Jerry McLaughlin. He's the expert on pawpaw. And his government-funded research in the 1970s provided very strong evidence of pawpaw's ability to kill cancer. Because it's a plant, there was no profit potential nowhere. And you can get that online too. I also recommend that you go to the Life Extension's excellent website and look under blood testing. We offer cancer antigen tests and C-reactive protein tests for measuring inflammation, vitamin D3 and other nutrient tests. So really useful and helpful for the independent cancer fighter especially. And here's something that you can stop doing that will help reduce your cancer risk significantly and safeguard your health. Just stop using sunscreen. Commercial sunscreens all contain these tiny nanoparticles that we help with our hormone mimicking behavior, and they shut down our skin's natural sun protection system. And there's a healthy alternative to this. I used to burn very badly myself, and I don't any longer because this actually works. It just takes a little time to take effect. Start taking a good quality astaxanthin supplement every day, and while you're doing that, wean yourself off of sunscreen. You'll find eventually that you don't need it any longer, and your skin's reaction to sun exposure has changed. And on days when you feel you do need extra protection, you can use Dr. Mercola's natural sunscreen with astaxanthin. It doesn't have any of the harmful nanoparticles, and it does protect the skin. So, as you map out your cancer fighting program, I hope that you will let these ideas and choices that you made when you shop for food at the grocery store, and let them change how you strategically spend your money to affect your healing process. You can tactically fight cancer from your kitchen, in your blender, and your fork. You can shop smart at the health food store and online, and you can get up and move. It's all doable. And as I said, go for the roots, because you can heal yourself with natural medicine, and you can use this approach if you have incurred damage with conventional treatments, as I have. So just want to suggest that you look at my website. If you're in a hurry, there's a section called In a Hurry, in part 3, and chapter on which cancer. It'll help streamline your decision-making process and choices actions. I just want to thank the Cancer Society for allowing me to be here today. Truly, I'm grateful to be part of this forum, and I'm absolutely convinced that cancer does not have to be the nightmare experience because for so many of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Where do people go? About today. Very good. Special report, ebook, online, instant download. Now, our hard copies available for copies. Only. Excellent. So again, as we know, digital learning is worldwide. And so please go to the special, go to the website and order the. Thank you very much. Lay down one more time if you want to get your name in for the drawing for the complimentary cancer profile test. Back of the room, American Metabolic Laboratory. I'll tell you what, we will do the drawing in the first part before we start the program. After this break, please be back here in 30 minutes and get to the exhibits at least one more time. And if there's a specific one that you want to see at the end of the program, tell them you would like to come back and see if they'll stay and agree to stick around. The tear down, the decorator is not going to be here until 6:30, so at least you'll have time with exhibitors that have not decided to leave yet. So again, please be back here in 30 minutes.
I got a bird back there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready. We would like to do the drawing for the complementary cancer profile. So we get American Metabolic Laboratory to come up here real quick. We will do the drawing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we would have your attention, we need to also get ready for the next part of the program. But as we told you, we're going to have a drawing here for a complementary cancer profile from American Metabolic Laboratory. And we want you to see that in here, all the slips that you kind folks filled out. And Dr. Shandel's going to stir them up. And we tried to prevail on Lorraine to come up here and do the drawing, and she said no, she didn't want to. So instead of looking in there, they asked me to do it, so I'm just going to put my hand in here. Veronica Gomez from Santana. Is she here? Veronica Gomez. You're ladies and gentlemen, obviously this is the third day and it's been winding down. Again, I want want to thank you, Lorraine, Chuck, the entire Cancer Control Society, for being here with us. We do have the doctor symposium tomorrow, for the clinics on Wednesday. And I understand there's still a few seats available on the bus on both on Wednesday, September 3, Saturday, September 13. So by all means, stop by, pick up the form. If you're going on the 13th, you have time to run down to the passport office in the Federal Building on Wilshire Boulevard, get your passport or passport card if you don't have it. But we do believe that it would provide a lot of good information for you. The other thing is that we have 2 more, 5 speakers. I think that you'll be impressed with them, and I know they have good information because I've known our next speaker for quite a few years, and met knows them the other night, and had the chance to talk to him and get to know him a little bit better. So we appreciate your indulgence with us, your patience, and the fact you've been able to persevere through all these times. So, yes, Chris, what time do you have?
Yes.
All right, Harold, we do need to start. We're running a little bit late, but Dr. Cunyon will have his full 25 minutes, and so will Dan Newsom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention, Labor Day weekend 2014, at Sheraton Universal Hotel in University City. Our next guest, our next presenter, Dr. Richard Cunyon, happens to be a psychiatrist, and it's remarkable the number of physicians in our movement that started their professional careers as psychiatrists. And many of them have been here on this day. We had already come up this weekend. And again, Dr. Cunyon's accomplishments are well described in biography, so I wish I'm sure you get that to read it. I consider him a friend and colleague, and I don't know how many years, but a long time. He also puts on a conference for physicians that is one of the best professional conferences I've been anywhere in the world. His chart that he's going to talk about, I think, is one of the most important things you can take back from this. You don't have to memorize and learn everything about it, but you do need to understand the concept. And so that's why we're very happy to have Dr. Cunyon talking about ventilation and cancer. And I think this is the first time on our stage. But thank you so much. Thank you. Great opportunity to be part of the great organization at the time, and also to be part of the great movement towards a better information with health, and actually we hope that some of this information will help us take better care of ourselves. I include myself as a patient, as you'll hear for the time at the end. I share the cancer burden with many of the people here. Now, I'm pleased to be introduced as a psychiatrist because it says that I know something about human nature and people. But I do consider myself a recovered psychiatrist. That gave me a great idea that we might even form an organization of recovered psychiatrists. And it's not, I'm not joking, but let's face it. The orthomolecular movement started as a meeting between Abraham Hoffer, who's a famous and really brilliant, caring psychiatrist, and a biochemist from Canada who founded the first Canadian Schizophrenia Association, and they morphed into the psychiatric orthomolecular psychiatry. And oddly enough, when I came along way back when, I introduced the name orthomolecular medicine. Orthomolecular medicine means what it says. This whole body of work is a part of the greater subject of
general medicine. But actually, I consider myself a molecular physician. And, if you will, a nutrition physician. But let's hope I'm a good speaker, so I'll get to it. And I just saved this because I cut out one page. And then down to 3 with an outline to it, which you feel comfortable with. The first thing I wanted to do was to give you some main points. That's how I started putting them together. Literally, I'm today, as I'm digesting hundreds of papers and many troubled moments as to how I would even approach a complicated subject. The one way to do it is to tell you, yes, methylation will be a part of our talk today, but I put the diagram on the wall specifically to let you know that it's beyond anything you can comprehend in the course of this talk today. So don't even try to go there. But the big picture is even to understand what does it mean? What is methylation? Well, I'll give it to you as a 1, 2, 3. The 3 big molecules of life. First, we all know it's oxygen. Needs no explanation because any of us, almost anyone in this room, you would give a better definition than I'm giving. But for sure, it means if we don't get it, we suffocate. So we need oxygen. It's an essential for life. And it's a nutrient, by the way. You don't have to eat every nutrient. We breathe oxygen. The second nutrient is water. And here again, we don't eat water, we drink it. It's a nutrient. And we all need that without explanation. So there's O2, there's H2O, and then there's number 3 on the list, CH3, which is the chemical formula. I don't like it. As soon as you understand that chemical formula, you are a chemist, even if you don't want to. But after all, we're all made of chemicals that get to work then with the interaction between chemistry within us and the universe outside of us and the experiences that we accumulate and which condition us to fight back a lifetime. So the methyl group is in the forefront of making that happen. The methyl group is used in chemistry to alter the reaction of molecules. Not only molecules that are affecting our learning and memory, there's no question, that is now well defined. I won't tell you the top of the exact chemicals involved, but we'll get to that a little later on. And the same goes for cancer, where alteration of DNA by methylation can, on one hand, cause cancer, and on the other hand, cure cancer. And in between, where we're stuck in our fuzzy logic, it can at least help us control cancer. And for example, I'm a 25-year survivor, prostate cancer with widespread metastasis. So I think that's decent control. I will give time, I'll give you a few more of the positive details. That's something let's go on with the general subject first. The first thing I wanted to address is something not often addressed relative to cancer and relative to health in general. And that is the question of blood clotting. Because we think of blood clotting as a scab that might appear on our knee after we took a fall, or a cut if we have an accident in the kitchen, or in the worst form, there'll tend to be a clot somewhere. But we're not talking about the end stage of the clot, we're talking about the early stages of the clot, which are microscopic, and which some of our alternative practitioners, such as chiropractors, and a few of us recovery therapists, put under the microscope and look for little threads of white. And those little threads of white can be almost like a snowstorm, a blizzard, in which case you know the patient is in real trouble. Because those threads are fiber monomers, and they're derived from and they're insoluble. They're not going to disappear. They're going to have to get discharged from the body. I'm usually too far from them. So the key point here is that blood clotting is not a simple matter. Luckily for you, I'm not going to go into all 24 major factors that are synchronized, regulated, because otherwise we would bleed to death as factor 8, number 8 on the list, all hemophilia. For those, on the other hand, you might have a platelet glycoprotein disorder, or factor 2 or factor 5 causes an increase in prothrombin sensitivity, so that the blood just clots easier. Very common in Northern Europe, about 8% of the population. And I tend to think of it as a little secret of the Germans, because they didn't understand they have clotting in their children would get roughed up, and after the clotting would happen, the children would no longer be as intellectual. So they'd be very bright in the army. But that's said without prejudice, only as what I did. These are the wrong way. But as we go through the study of the chemistry of life, we find out that it gives our own lives a meaning, and of course, I hope to encourage you to help it also to help you to be a better way to take care of yourselves. I'm one of the doctors who teaches self-care. I'm a doctor to do an organization, partnership, and great things. Part of the partnership in the general sense of coming to a meeting like this, finding information and available elsewhere. So point one, clotting doesn't mean an end-stage clot. It means early stage clot, where you have vibrant monomer circulating in the bloodstream, along with perhaps activated platelets and clumping. So when you look under a microscope, you see a lot of junk. And of course, you also see red blood cells. Sometimes these red blood cells are all stuck together. It's a pile of pennies that you get from the bank, and it's called a Goulot formation. And these things are early stages of clotting that is easily diagnosed by looking. Unfortunately, in the state of California, it's not like just to look through a microscope and make your own diagnoses of health. And so there have been a significant number of doctors who are engaged in that form of laboratory testing that have been persecuted by the medical establishment. And I tell you that not to complain when we do this. Before we start with complaining. But rather that if you do want to be aware, it may not be easy to find high level of general medical competence. You may find indeed entry level people doing microscopic work because they're learning about from it in service and then people take it. Well, further, let's say my career now spans 60 years since I moved to and I feel I have a huge amount left to do. But that's a good starting point. And the question that comes next the answer is what happens here? The clotting cuts down the transfer of these early stage clotting situations, the Goulot formation, with threads of fiber, the platelets clumping, with other things going on that are too complicated as to mention here. But to recognize it is very important. You might recognize that in some people, their oxygen saturation by a fingertip test showed sitting at 99% saturation, 100% saturation. It might be at 97% in mild case, or 89 in a more severe case. Ischemia. Ischemia means low blood flow. It's a Latin word. Hemia as heme blood. Ish as ish. That'll do. And ischemia is a good word to know about because you do read anything in the medical reports. They'll use that word rather than low blood flow. But low blood flow is what we're talking about. When the blood thickens up, it may be flowing okay in the arteries and even in the veins, but not so good in the capillaries or in the oxygen level in the interstitial in between the cells outside the blood vessels, maybe low. And in that case, that's where the cells are. That's where the cells are that, for example, can undergo oxygen deprivation. It's sufficient to induce a well-known by now, but really appreciated protein called HIF. Anybody ever heard of HIF? Good, so we have something of recognition already. Hypoxia-inducible factor. Hypoxia, low oxygen. Hypoxia-inducible reproducible factor. It's worth knowing about that, because you're going to hear a lot more about it. Probably pharmaceutical companies are influencing, maybe already found some. And I guess most of them in the market. But probably the best antidote is oxygen. Let's get back to basics, folks. And next idea, and the next idea is anticoagulants that can digest the fiber monomers. Digest them. Give the body a little help. So, in my own practice, well, there are 3 popular fibrinolytic agents. And you'll see them right here, they're over the counter, because they're safe. Mother Nature, if you go too far, Mother Nature turns on clotting mechanisms. Well-balanced schema that is at the end has fibrinogen against plasminogen. Fibrin against plasma. Fibrin on substrate which clots on the plasma and enzyme. You can digest it. So your body already has these enzymes. When we use an enzymatic approach, we're using the most natural, safe for cell health. And by safeguarding, unless you're going to undergo surgery, you can be taken in the regular diet. You're more likely to take the prescribed anticoagulant called Coumadin. Has anybody here heard of Coumadin? How about warfarin? They're the same. Okay, so you've been through this before, but it's important for a little refresher. To know just how important it is that, unfortunately, warfarin is an antagonist to vitamin K. Vitamin K is required for 4 of the 24 clotting. So if you knock out all 4, you're going to bleed. And that bleeding can be, if you're properly regulated, can be life-saving. Because you're not going to have a heart attack. You're not going to have cancer spread too readily. But it doesn't cover all the bases. And it doesn't cover all the bases for cancer. For example, if you, well, they discourage it if you balance the Coumadin against aspirin. Aspirin works on the platelets. Coumadin does not. Coumadin works on the prothrombin and thrombin step, one step. But it paralyzes or it activates to such an extent, or blocks it to such an extent about the K that your blood can't clot. And in that case, a head injury or automobile accident puts you in a very poor place. So it's not my favorite thing. And besides, you can see what happens with an overdose. If you give it to rats, there's rat poison. So I think there's a better way. The better way is to know what your body needs. When we use vitamin E, in fact, when you use vitamin E and niacin, they compete with vitamin K for a quinone reductase. This is chemistry. But the reductase is an enzyme that helps to recycle vitamin K. In case you're not eating your green leafy vegetables or getting certain fish products that have ample vitamin K or supplement. The niacin and vitamin E, the tocopherol series, compete for the same enzyme, so your body can't recycle vitamin K if it's down below level. And then you get into a bleeding situation. You see that a lot in elderly folks, if you ever notice, the bruises all over and bleeding right into their skin because they're taking a lot of medications that also knock out the vitamin K. And then we may be taking aspirin and platelets are out. And then they may be on Coumadin at the same time. It's easy to see people who are because of bleeding. This is certainly not optimal. And of course, just before it is an extra, vitamin K is also used for other things besides these 4 clotting. It's used for one thing, creating protein. You need to know this. Protein called this protein is the first stage of healing. And it's also the first stage of utilizing calcium. Calcium scatters over to glutamic. It's glutamic. I've got half of it. I have the whole series. There you are. This protein also requires vitamin K. Just like the clotting material requires it, fiber all comes together. Here, it's first stage protein that then binds calcium. So it's the first stage of binding calcium in the collagen. And without this, healing doesn't work as well. So vitamin K is very good for healing the what's particularly the lining of your blood vessels. So vitamin K, which is good for depth because it's supposed to only cause clotting, also causes healing. And if you wanted to do something for yourself, what comes first? Of course, yeah, we don't want to clot to death, but on the other hand, we certainly want to be able to heal and stay well. One way to know someone well, one of the dangers of gluten, like blocking vitamin K or infecting diet is inadequate, and other things, good medications can also block it. You lose height. One of my good friends, I just visited him back in Minneapolis, about 4 inches since I last saw him 2 years ago. Nobody discussed that with me. So, I'm going to do that over the clock. So, you've got your clotting in the case. And the clotting is so vital that it's something you can do for yourself if you manage it. But it helps to find an enlightened physician if you don't do it. That's the real but that would help them a lot. Another point I wanted to mention that often overlooked is iron. Not too little iron only, but too much iron. And it's easy to measure in lab testing as ferritin, which is a specific test that identifies excesses or deficiencies of iron in the liver. And then there's transferrin, which is a protein that transports iron safely into your blood. And with transferrin, once you have a saturation less than 30%. In fact, 35% is a really sensible cutoff. Normally it's about 20%. If it goes up to 35%, colon cancer doubles in women. 60 already, actually it's over 35 years old. So, and again, we're finding out also that if the transferrin saturation is over 40%, the risk of cancer goes straight up. And it's easy to treat. You can donate a pint of blood which somebody else can use. And that's a free service for you. Just don't tell them you're doing it for medical reasons. So those are a couple of little clues that I'm trying to throw at you that I think are maybe sidebars. But you can see, when you have that epoxy-inducible factor, one of its adverse side effects is it promotes cancer. So ischemia is a proximal cause of cancer. And secondly, when you have clotting, such as platelet aggregation, or too much fiber and low oxygen, you not only get the HIF factor, but you also get VEGF and other of these newly discovered cytokine factors that are used like fertilizer in cancer cells to help them bind with the blood cell wall and to help them go through it and to nurture or to reduce the formation of blood vessels. And these blood vessels have to ultimately find their way into cancer, even in early tumor. The cancer known as a free ride on your food supply. But don't forget, you eat food, you digest it, but then it's got to get into your blood and circulate to the liver and tissue and every cell in your body. So circulation is nutrition. That's a very important concept. Not only nutrition for oxygen going in, it's carbon dioxide coming out, but nutrition for every other thing, including vitamin, especially vitamin B12. That's why I thought I think I'm going to put myself in shape for that. So I'm going to skip over a few. This is really a short paper or a long paper. Right? So I have your over-edition. It's a short order. But let's move on to where does methyl fit into all this? These oxygen changes have a direct impact on ATP. And ATP is converted by the methylation cycles that you can see there. I want to make sure you understand it, but you can see it's not one step from point A to point B. It's really A to B to C to T for representing vitamin folic acid, which picks up methyl group from food, actually from serine. Serine is a little amino acid your body can make, so it's called non-essential. But without it, you die. You know that. Because the serine actually carries 70% of the methyl groups our bodies can use. And it then gives that methyl group in the form of a methylene, a CH2, gives it to the SHMT enzyme, which binds it to THF, already existing folate, tetrahydrofolate, which now becomes methylene tetrahydrofolate, from which your body can make nucleotides, nucleic acids, and thereby give you two birds with one stone. One can give you immunity, and frequency can give you red blood cells, it can give you white blood cells, and give you the nucleic acids with which to heal. That's a lot. That's why folic acid is so important. Your serine has to work with the folates to give them the methyl groups, which is the ultimate purpose of folic acid, the primary purpose, is to carry a methyl group to every cell in your body. Go into that cell, into the cytoplasm, the watery part of the cell, and where it can now bind to an enzyme called methionine synthase. It's a complicated four-part enzyme. I'll tell you the details about that. There, it'll bind, and then it's got this methyl group sticking out, which is just looking for hydroxycobalamin. And that, in that enzyme, hydroxycobalamin is converted into methylcobalamin. At the same time, by giving up the methyl group, folic acid is regenerated to tetrahydrofolate, completing its healthy cycle. If there's a block in that step, the methyl tetrahydrofolate will increase dynamically, and it induces a useful but troublesome protein called glycine and methyltransferase, an enzyme that gets more and more. It makes up literally 2 to 5%, depending on the conditions. Like if you get too much methylfolate, it goes up to 4 or 5%, and it's this inducible enzyme, aside from it's a sponge for methyl groups. So if you've heard of SAM, anybody in the room has not heard of SAM, I'll talk to you. So SAM, acetylsolicylamine. And what we know is that acetylsolicylamine is 2 steps ahead, because methylfolate gives it to hydroxycobalamin, which now becomes methylcobalamin, which now goes to the third part of this enzyme and gives it to homocysteine. Homocysteine is the waste product, or the used product of methionine. It's methionine without a methyl group. So now methionine gets a methyl group back. Guess what? We've now endogenously made methionine happen. Why is it important? Because if you don't do this, you die. It's called starvation. In Africa, they call it kwashiorkor. Kwashiorkor. Little babies who are skinny up here, they're so big in the tummy because their liver has hypertrophy to an enormous amount. So this is not small things we're talking about. And you can see there's a sequence. It's controlled every step of the way. That's why if you throw too much methylcobalamin in, particularly in big intravenous or subcutaneous injections, you may overload the methyl groups in the cell. It can go and it'll work. It'll work under adverse conditions, which is good. So you can use it short term, but you don't want it long term because ultimately you get too much methionine and you have toxic products like sulfoxanes on one hand, like too much methionine on the other that becomes some of their other carcinogenic, go back to the liver, and it's strongly associated with cirrhosis and liver cancer. So we stick with hydroxycobalamin for chronic general use and where I'm coming from. And that's one of the important lessons of BD. There aren't many products that have that. 2% little product which does, but just in general, we want to look for hydroxycobalamin and have that little insight. That's why you're here. To learn how to make it work better. Well, I think my time's up. And with a lot, I didn't have a chance to tell you, so maybe if I didn't do badly, we'll wait me back another time and we'll finish the story. Thank you.
You get your own paper copy of this.
Yes, but the old local booth is right around the corner where you enter the exhibit room. I think it's 106, right next to Soul. I never got a chance to tell you, my own cancer 25 years, and here I am, having to do a PSA of 7,000 at one point, and metastases in my pelvis, in my lymphatics, in my spine, and in my lungs. Luckily, not in my brain. But suffice it to say, I am at this point just in that extreme conviction What induced it in me was accidental poisoning with fluoride. Where I ran my tap water, not my tap water, I ran already filter water. I had an alkaline filter. The alkaline filter, unfortunately, this is the one warning about alkaline filters. They solubilize fluoride. So if you're putting other things in, such as calcium carbonate, that carries a little fluoride in it, it will drastically raise your fluoride level. It killed my kidneys. I was on the dialysis, I was on the transplant list. So I managed to save myself from that by ignoring all of the orders of the doctors. I could assure for distilled water for a short time. And plenty of molecular knowledge. So it's possible to save yourself, even if you're a doctor.
Thank you very much. Even if you don't understand all of these things, take this, tell your doctor, he has to make sure that he does to you, make this chart flow the way it is supposed to flow. If he doesn't do that, you get that doctor, or goes to Dr. in San Francisco. This week. One more live speaker this week. We have, I want to make one more announcement, or a couple announcements. Veronica Gomez of Santana, you won the complimentary cancer profile test from American Metabolic Laboratory. If you're here, come pick this up, take it to the booth in the back. If you're not, you probably haven't heard this until you buy the DVD and see it later. I will give this to Dr. Chandel and he will give you a call later, probably after the conference. So, and one thing I'm going to do before I introduce Dr. Dan Newsom, who is our last live speaker, I'm going to tell you one more time about how you can help the Cancer Control Society. We do have our people are going to be coming up and down with buckets with letters that explain premium, plural, that you can get by donating to the Cancer Control Society. We've had already 3 people this weekend that handed us checks for $1,000, and some of them on the big set of the DVDs, others don't know yet. And if you're not sure, go ahead and make your donation. Right on there, you're not sure, we will keep that form so you make your decision and then help you achieve that. The other thing is that your contributions help to make this program possible. And the other thing that really helps keep the Cancer Control Society functioning, of course, is when you leave something in your estate to us, so that we can remember you when you're no longer here. But estates and wills help us to survive and thrive, and we're very happy to do that. Once again, speaking of thrive, if you were not able to see, your friends weren't able to see this, we are live streaming YouTube, Cancer Control Society, Thrive, that's Thrive with 3 I's, THRIIIIVE. Look on there, and we will make improvements on that. There's a historic version for us that we were able to get that. So there are some people around the world that are watching this right now. And this is the first time we've been able to do that. And so we're very excited about the future of that. So, Harold, we're just about ready to start. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very happy that you were with us this weekend. Our speaker now is Dr. Dan Newsom. He's a naturopath, and we had an opportunity to talk a couple days ago, and his accomplishments are pretty astounding. You have a foot in 3 or 4 different countries. First, the United States and several Latin American countries. you're also a professor teaching physicians. Many of the things that you're going to share with us today, again, you're going to teach us so that all of us can go tell our physicians if they don't know this, they're going to learn it, and they go to learn it themselves. Dr. Anderson, thank you very much for being here.
Did everybody enjoy the conference? Good. Well, I'm going to jump right into this. I got a slideshow all prepared. I was looking at it earlier, and it looked like a PhD dissertation. So I'm not going to give you that slideshow. Do something. Everybody will be able to get this, okay? I'm a professor, so I'm a professor at 4 medical schools in Ecuador, 2 in the Caribbean. I have a practice in Boise, Ecuador. I'm a naturopathic physician, osteopath, acupuncturist. I come from, my parents were naturopaths. I tell everybody a story. When I was 8 years old, when I found out people got shots, I thought that was astounding. I couldn't believe people actually get shots. They're just cats and dogs. You know. What happened? My buddies in the neighborhood all went to school and got their boosters that day. All of them were sick. And they couldn't go out and play that day. So I'm going around trying to find somebody to play with, right? And everybody was sick. And so I finally, one of the kids comes out. I said, what happened to everybody? What? I was homeschooled, by the way, so we didn't have to deal with that. And so they said, well, we got our boosters. And I'm thinking, my gosh, isn't that a seat that you put in the chair? Did you fall or something? What happened? Everybody fell out of the chair. So no, we got our shots. Well, no wonder you're sick. You went to the wrong doctor. I thought they went to the vet. So I grew up with natural medicine. I've never been vaccinated. My wife's never been vaccinated. Our children have never been vaccinated. So and I have to tell you my stance on vaccination. So let's see. So let's just jump into what fulvic acid is. Anybody here ever heard of fulvic acid? A few people. Okay. Anybody ever heard of humic acid? Okay. All right. So everybody knows what composting is, right? Okay. So if we take 5 55-gallon drums of compost, okay, we stick them in a big old funnel, and we let that compost over a year, 2 years, and down at the bottom of the funnel, we have a bucket, right? What happens? What are we going to collect in that bucket? All the energy, all the genetics, all the nutrition, everything from that compost is going to drain right down into that bucket, right? What will happen? We would take 5 55-gallon drums of compost. We'll end up with maybe 5 gallons of good stuff, right? What the process happens here is all the microbes in the compost break all of those nutrients down. They digest it for us. What comes out the bottom is that's what we put on our gardens for fertilizer, right? It's the best stuff because it's all. We have 5 gallons of 5 55-gallon drums worth of compost, all concentrated, right? All around the world, there's these deposits called shilajit deposits or humic shale deposits. What happened, and sometime in our distant past, there were massive forests on the earth, and somehow millions of tons of dirt and water got dumped on top of them. Some of them had water going underneath them and ended up sinking into the ground, and the Earth's crust has covered it and smashed it, and those deposits became petroleum. Okay, it's all organic material that had been compressed and been digested by microbes and become petroleum. Other deposits, ones I'm talking about, these humic shale deposits, all over the world, they're up closer to the Earth's surface, they're up closer to the topsoil, right? Those deposits had more microbe activity. All that biological material, biomass, we call it, ancient forest, has been composted over thousands of years into very bioavailable nutrition. And what we do is we source from 400 different sites all over the world. We take this humic shale, bring it into our laboratory, we process it. And the first thing we end up with is humic acid. Humic acid is black. It's blacker than coffee. Kind of smells like dirt. It's a dirt extract, so that's a joke, actually. It is a dirt extract. And what we have is we start with this humic acid, and we feed it through microbes, and microbes further digest it. And these microbes concentrate the fulvic acid component of humic shale, humic acid we start with. Anybody been to the Grand Canyon? A lot of people. Okay, anybody seen pictures of the Grand Canyon? Okay, you ever see a picture of, a granite rock face with an evergreen growing up? You ever wonder how the heck that happens? That's amazing, right? How the heck, where's the dirt? The granite rock face, right? At some point, a seed ended up in that crevice. There was enough soil there, okay? There were enough microbes in the soil that when the seed died, it created its polysaccharides, at least its sugars. The microbes in the soil eat those sugars and produce fulvic acid. Fulvic acid ionizes rock, which allows the root to start getting fed. It starts using those minerals, and a few years later, you got a tree growing out of a rock face. Okay? It's due to fulvic acid. Fulvic acid is the compound that enables that to happen. Let's talk about fulvic acid real quick. This is one of my favorite subjects, so I might get excited. Fulvic acid is an organic acid. Okay? The pH of fulvic acid is between 1.1 and 1.7. Fulvic acid has four main functions that we use it for. Okay? Number one is it's an electrolyte. It's an electrolyte, and the interesting thing about this is it's an electrolyte that operates without minerals. Conducts electricity without minerals. Something very, very unique to fulvic acid. One of the tests we do, we go to Tokyo every year. For the last 6 years, we won the conductivity award, the humic fulvic acid competition of the humic fulvic acid convention in Tokyo. The last 6 years, we won the award. What we do is we take 16 ounces of your fulvic acid in liquid form, put it on the table. We take a probe. This probe is connected to a cable that goes to a light bulb. And they stick the probe down in your fulvic acid. They see how long you can keep the light bulb burning. How long you can keep it on, right? The runner-up for the last 6 years has made it as far as 72 hours. They're electrolytes where you can keep the light bulb burning for over 72 hours. This last year they made it to 73 hours. Ours, we have to take it out of the cup at the end of the 4 days. We wipe it off because the light bulb is still burning. In laboratory, we make it to it starts flickering after 97 days. Okay, so the fulvic acid, the electrolyte potential of our fulvic acid is in its own ball field. The next two things that fulvic acid does are very interrelated. We have fulvic acid combined to almost anything. Okay? And Merck and Pfizer, Okay, another joke, sorry. They spent $250 million apiece researching fulvic acid as a delivery system. And what they found is that if they put a mineral, found a mineral as a fulvic acid, it would deliver it to a cell. If the cell needed it, the cell would take it. If they found a vitamin or any other organic substance, a herb, okay, if the cell wanted it, the cell would take it. What frustrated them and made them dump all the research so we could find it, that, well, thank God for real this time. They found that when they bound their medications, their chemicals to fulvic acid, it would take it to the liver and dump it in the garbage chute. So God bless them for doing, $500 million worth of research. It's been real beneficial. We've been really glad to get a hold of that research and work wonderful. So God bless them for that, right? They dumped all of their research with fulvic acid about 15 to 20 years ago. It wouldn't deliver the product. What we've done, what we've developed, is a fulvic acid delivery system where we find our products that we're selling here today. We have, I'll talk about this a little bit, cordyceps mushrooms bound to fulvic acid. Fulvic acid delivered the mycelium polysaccharide, fulvic acid right to the cells where it needs to go. The beautiful thing of this is once fulvic acid has given up its payload, okay, once the FedEx man has come and delivered its package, he's got empty hands and has to carry something, designed to carry something, right? So what happens? Deposits, he hands the package to the lady at the door, takes the bag of garbage, and goes back to his truck. Okay? What happens is we get an ion exchange. The fulvic acid deposits or donates nutrients to the cell, and then picks up the garbage, like heavy metals or petrochemicals, you name it. It can bond to anything. It can carry 60 times its weight in whatever you bond it to. So once it's deposited 60 times its weight in nutrition, it picks up 60 times its weight in toxins and things your body doesn't want anymore. Okay? So these are steps, the next two things that fulvic acid does. It acts as a delivery system and as a chelator. And the next thing is really exciting. Think about it real quick. You ever been tired? I've been tired before. I run a clinic. I have 2 medical doctors that work for me. I have a nurse that works for me. I have 3 interns that work under me. And I have a office manager. I have a wife and 4 kids. I run a martial arts studio. I'm a 6-degree black belt in Kosher Kempo Jiu-Jitsu. 6-degree black belt in Taekwondo. I'm a Muay Thai kickboxing coach, registered amateur boxing coach. I'm busy. I also am a professor at 6 medical schools. I do get tired. Periodically, it does happen. When you're tired, okay, you're tired from an electrical standpoint because your cells literally have lost their charge. Your battery is low, literally. Okay? If you could take something that would recharge your battery, wouldn't that be a good idea? Okay? Fulvic acid is that electrolyte that will recharge your battery. It'll recharge your battery without loading your body up with potassium, sodium, chloride, those things. Okay? Number 2, if you're taking nutrients. Okay? You want them to work. You want them to get to where they're supposed to go, right? Well, if you had a delivery system that could pick those nutrients up and take them to wherever your body needs them, that'd be a good idea. Are we exposed to toxic material? Okay, maybe all of us. You know, here's something interesting. We have toxic waste in our food. We have toxic waste in our air. We have toxic waste in our water. Has anybody ever looked at the personal care industry? Yeah. How about 80,000 chemicals that are unregulated? Okay. 97% of them are all carcinogens. I'm not going to name, I can't name brands because I get in trouble. Run-of-the-mill toothpaste, sodium lauryl sulfate. Why do you put an engine degreaser in your toothpaste? Wait a minute, that just doesn't make sense to me, you know? Especially when we know that engine degreaser is a cancer causing. How about whitening toothpaste? You know, sodium hydroxide. So, you're telling me the toothpaste I have on top of my counter, my bathroom counter, has sodium hydroxide in it, and so does the Drano under the counter. Drano is pure sodium hydroxide. It's an activated lie. I mean, sodium hydroxide, that's what it is. These are, everybody knows about aluminum and deodorant, right? What about battery acid in your shampoo? You know, my point here is we're exposed to toxic material all the time. Who understands the necessity of detoxification? Okay? Think about this for 1 minute. We talked about what fulvic acid does outside the cell, delivering stuff and then taking stuff away, right? Livers and chelics, right? Inside the cell, there's a cycle called the Krebs cycle. It happens in a part of your cell called the mitochondria. Mitochondria produces energy for your cell to operate. You have mitochondria in every cell in your body. You have like up to 5 mitochondria in places like your heart. 4 and 5, in your liver cells. Okay, so these mitochondria are really important because they enable your cell to do its job. When you begin this Krebs cycle, okay, your body takes sugar. These mitochondria take sugar and they break it apart. And when they break it apart, you have this energy that's released. And that energy is then used by the mitochondria to produce ATP, cellular energy. Gasoline for your cells to do the job, right? When that happens, you have carbon and hydrogen are bonded together. You have sugar, carbohydrates, sugar. When this splitting of this molecule happens, you end up with a carbon fragment and a hydrogen fragment. Okay? Those are called cellular debris or free radicals. Fulvic acid has 14 tetratrillion electrons it can donate. Okay? Each molecule of fulvic acid has 14 tetratrillion. Yeah, whoa. That's a big number. That's, if you spend your entire adult life counting 1, 2, 3, 4, you wouldn't live long enough to finish that number. Okay? It's a big number. 14 tetratrillion electrons. Okay? In the metabolization of fulvic acid actually will enter the cell and start to antioxidize the components in your cell. Most importantly, it'll antioxidize the mitochondria of the cell. The mitochondria, has anybody ever operated a wood stove, wood burning stove? Okay, now think about this. You put paper, you put cardboard, you put wood, all the stuff in the wood stove, you burn it. Makes heat, energy coming off of it. Next day you do the same thing. Next day you do the same thing. A week later I'm still doing the same thing. Am I going to be able to burn anything in that wood stove? If you've operated a wood stove, then of course you can. Why? It's full of ash. Well, guess what? In your body, Ash is called free radicals. Okay, remember that carbon and hydrogen bond? We get these two fragments of nutrients. They split apart. That's just one nutrient. Okay? We also have magnesium free radicals, calcium free radicals, all the entire periodic table. Once a nutrient has been spent or used, pieces of it become a free radical. So, a massive amount of the toxins in our body are actually produced in our body. Okay, which that's what, when good Lord put everything together, He designed food and good clean water, good clean air for us, all that was supposed to clean up all these toxins that our body would just naturally produce. Okay? Problem is we've polluted the planet now. And so now we have to not only deal with what we're producing, we have to deal with what is being produced around us. And what we're ingesting, what we're inhaling, what we're breathing, all these things. Okay? So we end up in toxic overload. Fulvic acid goes into the cell. It fixes those fragments. It doesn't just top them off so they're not harmful anymore. It will turn that carbon and hydrogen back into active carbon and hydrogen. So it's viable, usable carbon, viable, usable hydrogen. Okay, remember we're back again? Split apart, you got a piece here and a piece here that the body can't use anymore, therefore it's toxic. Toxins. Fulvic acid goes into the cell, converts those toxins back into nutrients. Okay? Interesting. There's nothing else that does this. It's a very, very unique molecule. When you're looking at fulvic acid, before I go on into the medicinal mushrooms, we're looking at fulvic acid. It's important to look for fulvic acid that does not contain heavy metals. Okay, that's one of the primary things to look for. You want to look for fulvic acid that is primarily carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. I'm going to move on to our fourth thing that fulvic acid does here. Number 4 is fulvic acid amplifies all the activities of all the good microbes in your body. You have 2 sets of microbes. You have aerobic microbes that are on oxygen. You have anaerobic microbes that are on sugar. Anybody here ever heard of cancer? Okay. Did you know cancer lives on what? Sugar. Did you know all the bugs in your body that destroy your body? That's what they live on. Okay. Now, anybody ever heard of faith? You've heard of faith. You've heard of fear. They both fit in the same drawer. Did you know that? In your brain, in your heart. Faith and fear fit in the same drawer. I'm an Eastern Orthodox priest, by the way, also. I went through seminary. I wasn't sure if I was going to be a doctor or a priest. I decided to become a doctor because I could actually work one-on-one with people who were better. So you're going to hear a lot of faith stuff. Sorry. Faith and fear fit in the same, they fit in the same, I'm going to say cajon. They speak a lot of Spanish, so the same drawer, thank you. So the more one you have, the less of the other you have. Right? So more faith you have, the less fear you have. The more fear you have, the less faith you have. Okay? So when it comes to your aerobic and your anaerobic microbes, the more one you have, the less the other. Vice versa. If we can do something with fulvic acid and ramp up the activity of your good microbes, guess what? Have as many good microbes. Okay? They dwindle in numbers, primarily because your good microbes eat the bad microbes. Now, how about microbes? Oh, we're talking about cordyceps. Cordyceps, reishi, maitake, and shiitake. This is where your medicinal mushrooms come in. Medicinal mushrooms are your rocket fuel for not only your white blood cells, but also for your good microbes. For instance, cordyceps mushrooms enhance how well your body utilizes oxygen. It also enhances how well your body can get oxygen. It causes bronchial dilation, causes the lung cells to open up so they can pull in more oxygen. And your body does, it pulls in more oxygen, so you increase the amount of oxygen in your system. And then you also, on the other end, through the mycelium and the polysaccharides in cordyceps, it goes through, it enables your cells to use oxygen. Anybody heard something about oxygen in this conference? Can you heal without oxygen? No. No. So what do you, if you can increase how well you metabolize oxygen, and you can increase the amount of oxygen your body's absorbing, would that be a good thing? Right, of course. That's what medicinal mushrooms do. If you do that, you have these beneficial microbes. These beneficial microbes, they eat carbon. They move in hydrogen. And they breathe oxygen. Okay? They eat carbon, they move around in hydrogen, and they breathe oxygen, they respirate oxygen. So your good microbes. Well, your good microbes, if we can give them fulvic acid, which is primarily what? Carbon, active hydrogen, active oxygen, and we give them mycelium polysaccharides, which are primarily sugars. Sugars are primarily carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. The distinct thing about polysaccharides and mycelium is they have more oxygen molecules than sugar. Sugar has carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. But in your polysaccharides and longer chains, they have more hydrogen and oxygen for them. So, back to just talking about these things all the time, so we're going to move off here. What I'm all about, what Dr. Newsom's Nutraceuticals is all about, is bringing people products that actually work. I'm not going to put my name on something that doesn't do what it says it's going to do. I got other things to do in my life than make products that don't work. So we have multiple products coming out here this month. New products coming out this month. Take a look. Jump on our website, take a look at that, and I'm going to head off to their booth 111. If you have any questions, I don't have my wife and kids, so I'm predisposed to whatever you need to do. So, thank you, folks.
Thank you very much for being here. And you will have another opportunity to visit. Ladies and gentlemen, we're obviously getting near the end of the program. One more time, Veronica Gomez, you won the complimentary cancer profile. The books that we've described, doctor results, Ralph Moss, MSO Handbook for Doctors, and of course, the Cancer Book House is full of valuable information, books and other things. The biographies contains a lot of very, very valuable information to supplement what we've done here. Before we play the final video, which has to do with toxic pesticides and the effect that those have on children and other living beings, I want to take 3 points. Number one, we hear a lot about side effects, particularly side effects for drugs advertised on the radio and magazines. And our friend Jim Bolden pointed out a couple years ago, these are not side effects, they are direct effects. They're negative consequences, they're negative effects, they're bad effects. There's nothing side. Paralysis, tumors, cancer, or death. Those are direct consequences, direct negative consequences from these things. So when they start talking about side effects, that's usually a euphemism. They're trying to tell you, they're trying to deceive you into thinking that this really is a bad product. So leave you with that. The other thing is we hear a lot about biopsy. Many people go get biopsies, and by the time the cancer spreads to that, then they come to us. In my consulting capacity, patients will ask me, should I get a biopsy? My first question is, what are you doing? The answer to that question will determine whether or not you get a biopsy. If you're going to get conventional radiation therapy and surgery, they should be, don't get a biopsy. You don't really need it because you're going to go ahead and do something that's going to destroy your body anyway. And biopsy, in most cases, has the potential to make cancer worse, make it spread. If you're going to go, for instance, to one of the physicians that's been up here, one of the physicians on the green sheet, or it's exhibiting here, if you need a biopsy to get your insurance coverage, I would tell you to go get your biopsy, get your insurance coverage, go to one of these alternative physicians who's going to treat you with things that will counteract the effects of the biopsy. And one more thing, we hear a lot about the word cure, and I think from the standpoint of the Cancer Control Society, I'd like to point out the word cure is not a scientific term, it's not a medical term, it's a legal term. The purpose of the word cure in law is to control the delivery of medical care, and it's to allow only certain people to treat cancer, to treat cardiovascular disease, diabetes, all of those things. There's two things that cure. One is divine intervention, and the other is death. And cure means that something goes away and never comes back. Divine intervention and death, the only thing, two things I know that cause them to never come back. One exception is proper living, balancing your body, things that we learned about this weekend. So that's why we're not the Cancer Cure Society, we're the Cancer Control. You get a cold, you get a fever, you get flu, you get those things, and if you put the right nutrients, you come out of that, you're in good shape. Until you go do something, whether it's dietary, stress, environmental, recreates the conditions for bacteria, virus, these things to occur. You get that condition again, you establish proper health, nutrition, and you get your health back. You're not cured. Vitamin C doesn't cure the common cold. Vitamin C puts the common cold in remission and puts it out of visibility, but it is a control. So that's why we are the Cancer Control Society, because life is a dynamic process, health is a dynamic process, and we believe that the word cure gives people a false sense of security. If you want to live, you need to take control of your life. When I counsel people about things that they can do, they ask me, how long do I have to do it? And I tell them, you can only have to do these things as long as you want to live. When you get tired of life, go back to doing what you were doing when you got the disease. Go ahead and check in. And in the United States, you still have a choice. So choice is a wonderful, wonderful thing. So I thank you for sticking with us. In the biographies, we've described a number of videos. One of them is the one that we're going to see. I believe it's about a 30-minute one. It's called No Grapes. And it refers to pesticides that are used in much of the agriculture, certainly in California and in other places. And as it says, in many cases, we really don't need to use those things. Also, the genetically modified foods, seeds and other things, one of the reasons they do that is so that the herbicides and pesticides they use won't kill the crops. Doesn't mean it doesn't get into the crops and kill you, but it won't kill the crop. So they will grow, they can harvest, and get it to the market. Healthy plants don't need that. Don't need healthy plants in healthy soil resist pests and all of those things. So right now, we're going to conclude one part of the program today with no grapes. Hope that you will stick around for that. Then when that's over, we'll come up with our final comments and say good evening. When we finish here, we will be able to go and see some of the exhibitors. Be free to talk with any of us until it gets just too late and we fall over. So right now, let's go ahead and watch No Grapes, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
I'm afraid because I think it's pesticides. We never thought that they were doing something that would endanger us.
It makes me furious that my children drink contaminated water and no one gave a damn.
More pesticides that are poisoning and killing our people.
To wage this war, Cesar Chavez and the United Farm Workers of America have once again called a boycott of California table grapes.
The truth of the matter is that people are becoming more and more conscious of their diet, more and more conscious of the poisons in the air, the poisons in the food. These products, specifically grapes, are carrying heavy doses of poison, and American consumers are not going to tolerate it. They're not going to buy the grapes, and if the stores continue to stock the grapes, they're going to boycott the stores.
There are more restricted use pesticides applied on grapes than any other fruit or vegetable crop. Oh, I'm not grapes!
Children are dying. Children are being born with cancer. 10-year-old children are being diagnosed in this valley. So I came up because, to me, children are very important. They are our future.
We are killing ourselves, we are killing our children, we are destroying our earth. And this has got to stop. It's got to stop now.
California is one of the richest agricultural regions in the world. In 1 year, state growers use more than 300 million pounds of pesticides, some of the most toxic chemicals ever manufactured. Every year, as many as 300,000 farm workers are poisoned in the United States. Farm workers have the highest incidence of job-related illness in California. Grapes are the most dangerous crop. Pesticides cling to leaves that are absorbed through the skin. 8 million pounds of pesticides are used annually on grapes, even though they can be grown commercially without these dangerous chemicals. 1/3 of the pesticides used on grapes are known to cause cancer. Some are so toxic that they affect workers entering fields weeks after spraying. 32-year-old Juan Chamoya began working in a San Diego County field an hour after it was sprayed with the deadly pesticide Monitor. There were no warning signs posted. He collapsed in the field and died before he could receive medical attention. Pesticides are also dangerous to the children of farm workers. Salvador de Anda followed his father into the fields. His mother, Alicia, worked in the grape fields during her pregnancy. On Salvador's 9th birthday, doctors told his mother that he has inoperable cancer. Alicia de Anda blames pesticides. Salvador doesn't think about blame. He just wants to be a normal boy.
Other children wouldn't play with him because they were afraid of getting cancer. It's hard for Salvador to talk about it. Francisco Barrios' daughter, Amalia, was born with a piece of her spine missing. Amalia is 4 years old. Despite many operations, she will never walk. Parents are convinced that pesticides are at fault. Her mother worked in fields sprayed with deadly chemicals during her first months of pregnancy.
If I would have known this would happen, I would have never, worked in the fields or anything, but never know.
5-year-old Felipe Franco was born without arms or legs. His mother, Ramona, worked in the grape fields until she was in her 8th month of pregnancy. She was exposed to Captan, one of the pesticides United Farm Workers once banned. The California Department of Agriculture found residues of Captan and 10 other pesticides on grapes they sell.
EPA had registered approximately 50,000 pesticide products prior to the establishment of the newer requirements. So we're talking roughly about 50,000 different pesticide products would have to be reassessed. The way the legislation is written, those chemicals will remain on the market until EPA makes a judgment as to whether or not they should be re-registered. We may be talking about another 30 years before we reach that point with some of those chemicals. They're beginning to find chemicals that the data indicates they very well be carcinogenic.
There is a balancing act where the agency can look at the risks, the benefits, and then balance the two and make a judgment about what level of risk we will accept.
But see, who get the risk? The risks are given to the consumer, the unsuspecting consumer, and the poor workforce. And who gets the benefits? The benefits are only for the corporation, for the money makers.
Pesticides, in terms of any health risks to the consumer, we're talking more chronic exposure, long-term, lifetimes exposure. Now, whether these exposures, these low levels, will result in cancer, I don't, as far as I know, there hasn't been a study that has demonstrated, yes, in fact, they are causing cancer. But also, there's no study that's been conducted that says they haven't.
And as far as like long-term effects and birth effects and cancer-causing effects, do we have most of this data available for that also?
Unfortunately, for many of the old chemicals, that is a problem. That a lot of the effects data are missing, or is still in the process of being evaluated, and I think that's what's got the environmentalists concerned.
Only a portion of sprayed pesticides reach their target. The rest drift out of control, often for miles. Pesticides could also seep into underground water supplies, threatening neighboring communities.
I didn't think anything of it. I was very naive, and I learned the hard way. Our children drank contaminated, poison pesticide water for 5 years without their knowledge, without their parents' knowledge at school. And this is allowed to go on for 5 years. When you see them spraying now, you cringe, because you don't know a lot of the sprays that they use, they don't know the health effects for. They're gassing that information, and here we're using it as an aid, and it shouldn't be used as an aid to agriculture to know exactly what the health effects, long-term health effects are going to be. Don't use the future generations as guinea pigs.
In town after town in California's extensive Central Valley, children are being stricken with cancer. Pesticides are suspected. People are afraid of what's in their water, afraid to eat the fruit that's grown around them, afraid to let their children play in schoolyards near fields. The town of Fowler is surrounded by thousands of acres of grape fields. In this tiny community, 7 children have cancer. The town of Irwin is also surrounded by grape fields. Here, the child cancer rate is 1,200% above the national average. In the same vast table grape region lies McFarland. Here, 16 children have been stricken with cancer. 8 have already died. The Robles family of 6 lives in this tiny trailer near Earlymont. Miriam Robles has been battling leukemia since the age of 3. Her father and mother were grape workers and believed pesticides caused Marion's cancer.
I was hurting her. The powder on her clothes. We got home covered with it. Even though I covered myself with a little blanket, it went through because she was breathing it. I was holding her in my arms. That's why she's in the hospital. She had the third relapse. They told me that her brain was very swollen, so much pressure. She lost reason. She couldn't speak. It was something very difficult for me.
Guillermo cannot leave his job in the fields because they need the money for Marion's treatments.
I have to work to make the hours, so the check is not so small. It's necessary to survive. Sometimes we're very short on money for gasoline, and we cannot go back and forth to the hospital.
We've gone through this for 8 years, and it's hard for us, and I know it's hard for the families to think that don't take all the
Pesticides were once considered a miracle of science. They've become a chemical time bomb, threatening to contaminate our food supply and our environment.
The problem we're here to address today is one that is silent and invisible. It's poison that is brought to us in our food. It's poison that is brought to us without our knowledge, unless we become aware.
Most of these residues cannot be completely washed off. The long-term effects of pesticides on consumers are unknown and may not show up for many years.
Wake up! Your children will be the next victims. The children here are the victims. You better get yourselves together and pay attention to what is happening.
Everyone in America one day soon will know that chemicals and pesticides are killing all of us.
Please, don't feed your children poison. Love them enough to boycott the grapes.
On my children and my children's children, I pray that everyone in here understand that we can start to make a difference. If we send a message home, a strong message home, to the growers of this community and of this country, that we have to find a way to regulate the pesticides in this country. And the best way to do that is to boycott grapes at the present time. Start with one product and go from there. And I urge everyone to boycott grapes at this present time in the United States of America.
It's so powerful. Every person has an impact, and you really see results. Boycotts really work. They worked for us twice in 1970 and 1975. Every time you go to the store and choose not to buy grapes, you cast the vote for what you believe. You can cast this vote as many times as you want, and the polls never close. These are not family farms we're talking about. These are major corporations, and the only way to get through to them is by not buying grapes.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if I think it's Robert or Paul Odermair is still here, I'd like to have him come over here and right name. Yes, Paul Odermair. I believe you left your checkbook at the Cancer Courthouse, and we do have it. So please come see us before you run out of checks.
What's happening? How are you?
You look like you haven't slept.
Feels like I haven't slept.